I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour can't be tamed. I got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every day got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray, when they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite. I bring the heat, I bring the heat, I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite. I'm unbreakable, can't hold me down. I'm unstoppable, I feel it now. Nothing can stop, nothing can stop me now. Nothing can stop, I'm unbreakable.
start to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
홈그라운드 화이팅! BFX 화이팅! BFX 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs for the AA broadcast here once again from the Inspire Arena in Incheon. It is the T1 homestand. Let's hope that it's gonna be just as interesting as what we saw yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
With T1 taking on Bro, saying a lot more positive things about the team that lost 0-2 than the one that won 2-0, in my personal opinion.
I think that just comes in with the expectations we have going in the series. I think today is a bit of an interesting one because similarly, I think T1 coming into this one as favorites. B&K FearX, I think we've seen obviously much higher highs from them over the year, including LCK Cup, but they have struggled so much to meet that same sort of level during the regular season. And the problem is we're getting to the end of round one, and they don't have easy matchups left. It's T1 and then it's D+, and they have not gotten many wins. So, you know, I feel like when you have, you know, a lot of time in front of you in the season, you're thinking, oh, you know, if we lose to T1, it's not such a big deal. But when your last matchups are T1 in 4th and D+ in 3rd, and if you lose to both of them, you're going 2-7 in the first round, that feels really bad. So B&K FearX desperately need wins on the board.
They really do, especially when it's starting to look like they are stuck in the Rise group once again. Obviously, we still have a couple of matches of this round and then another round to go before we are going to be splitting our teams between Legend and Rise. But it is starting to shake down into what feels like very similar teams on each side of the bracket. Let's have a look, though, at T1 versus B&K FearX. A razor-thin head-to-head. T1 has been generally, over the last few years, able to take down B&K FearX relatively comfortably, although the end of last year, as well as the LCK Cup, have been pretty close between these squads.
Yeah, I think the big thing was that playoff matchup, which ended up sending T1 down to the lower bracket, and the result was they didn't make it to final or first stand, so...
This is crazy, by the way. 100% POM rate. Obviously not in the match against KT because they lost, but Keria is just, I feel like he's just better when he has the power of the crowd behind him.
Yeah, which, to be fair, you know, T1 as a whole, a lot of these players do very well in front of a crowd, obviously having great results at the World Championship. But Kerry had definitely been absolutely popping off at the Inspire Arena specifically, and he's been in pretty spectacular form. Even that loss when he was on the Pike, everyone was talking about, wow, that was like such a 10 out of 10 performance. And then
he was like
struggled to make
#1
it
on the Mad movie, and they lost that game. It's actually just insane. Speaking of things that are just insane, once again, Faker is creating milestones. 1,097 matches played. 4,761 days since his LCK debut, which is kind of insane on that fateful day in April in 2013.
They're in first with more than double the second place Corki games.
Isn't it crazy that he's played 68 games of Corki? It still kind of blows my mind that he's played more games of Corki than Orianna, Ryze, Galio, these champions that really do remind you of Faker. Corki is not one of those champions. It just shows how much it infected the LCK
I think
for so long.
Azir's an interesting one because, you know, speaking of the fact Easyhoon has now joined T1. Originally, Easyhoon was the Azir specialist.
He was.
And now Faker obviously definitely very comfortable with the champion. And you can see the crowd in full force there to support T1. Back-to-back matches, something that T1 are definitely not strangers to, but in the regular season, normally we get that at least day break, so a bit of an intense schedule for the regular season, but something they are very comfortable with.
Very, very cool. I mean, it's always fun to have road shows, and it's just so awesome that we get 2 in a row. We're also going to be welcoming their challengers in B&K FearX. I like the jerseys as well. Looking real smart here. More of that summertime vibe. As Diablo making his way out, the young prodigy himself up against one who's pretty similar in Pays as well. But I feel like Diablo and Kellen have been a little bit less hot than what we've seen them previously.
Yeah, I think so. You know, we had that series recently up against KT where game 1, you know, it felt more competitive. It felt like Daystar was really struggling into BDD, but like game 2, Diablo and Kellen both had 7 deaths. Like they really had a rough time. And even when B&K FearX wasn't a top team, right? They were in the LCK Cup a top team, but like last year when they were more middle of the pack, it was the bot lane we really looked at to be the driving force, to be the big carry in this rookie AD carry. With alongside Kellen, who offered that experience, and their laning was so fearsome. And it's unfortunate they're struggling to replicate that same level of success, but I think you need to be replicating that level of play if you want to match up into the bot lane of T1.
Yeah, unless things are going to go similarly to yesterday. I imagine that B&K FearX are probably smelling some blood in the water because T1 weren't exactly up to full force that we know them to be capable of. Obviously, it's the first half of the year. It's not exactly T1's time to shine, but still, we expect so much from our defending world champions. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether they are just going to really knuckle down and smash B&K FearX in this game after what was a little bit of a teetering one against the Bros yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you know, Robot in Roma, who had a great game on the Akali Faker for the first time in his career, having 9 deaths in a game, which is crazy to think he's gone so long in his career without ever having 9 or more deaths. But definitely we saw some struggles for T1, even though there was a 2-0. How the games played out wasn't the cleanest way. It was a step up from Hanjin Brion, I have to admit. But I also think that T1 just win. And so far this season haven't been at that 100% form, but that's kind of more of a regular thing for T1. We don't always see them firing on all cylinders throughout the regular season. But obviously with how tight the race is right now in the standings, that 4-3 scoreline, a lot of teams there, D+ just pulling ahead to 5-3. You really want to be picking up the wins as soon as possible and as frequently as possible.
Yeah, with a 2-0 here for T1, they will actually be able to get 1 game score ahead of D+ Kia as well. Same can be said for Gen G if they manage to topple Nongshim Red Force in our second series of the day. That race for 3rd place is certainly a big one, and any upset here could really start rocketing teams like B&K FearX right to the top of the standings as things are still relatively close. But the Inspire Arena is going to erupt. It is now time for Pick and Ban for game number 1. this LCK Roadshow T1 homestand once again on this beautiful Sunday, and we're going to be banning away Pantheon. Understandably so.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Bard going to be banned to no surprise. Actually, by a large margin, the most banned champion against T1 at this point.
Oh yeah.
For good reason. Pantheon, Karma coming through. Karma one that I think BNK Fearax, with how they love to play the 2v2, would love to get their hands on, but not going to happen. Jarvan then coming out.
The Jarvan ban's interesting. Do you think that BNK Fearax are happy with leaving Varus open? That's my question.
No, probably not. That is something they ban a lot, and I think it really messes with the 2v2 matchup, so I would assume they want to ban that.
Wow, T1 banned Rumble, Ox.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. They have been notorious for failing to ban Rumble in the past. This time around, they do get rid of it on the first pick side as well.
So the problem here is Varus is at the forefront of the mind, but so is Orianna. And so I imagine T1 could just lean towards that as a first pick.
I did just write it down.
Yeah, we know Faker enjoys the Azir, but Orianna's banned so much, and I think the thing, so a lot of these bans that we see are very common. Jarvan is the one that, although it's pretty common, that's the one we normally see dropped, and they will deny the Nocturne here, not just as a pairing with the Orianna, but also Ona, extremely effective on this pick. So
I think he just got to like 87% win rate. He's hovering around there at the moment on the Nocturne.
I think he just goes Xin Zhao in this situation. Orianna's Xin Zhao pretty strong. We often see shielding paired with Xin Zhao very effective.
We did see Owner as well. He's pretty good at this champion.
There's a lot of champs he's pretty good at.
This is on that list. 100%.
Yeah. We did see the Ezreal picked up for Diablo, which obviously good at evading things like the Orianna Shockwave, but also just the Ezreal priority's really risen up. We've seen players like Teddy have great performances on it, and just not only the lane pressure, but that consistent damage in those mid-game team fights really valuable.
Well, let's see what Faker's going to be locking in for the final pick of this round, as the Jhin is going to be the choice for Pays. He has been gravitating towards this one, as Daystar is just going to opt in to the Orianna. Oh, never mind. An Akali consideration here for the BNK mid laner. And never mind, it's just going to be Nico. Ezreal Nico, a classic here in the LCK. Woodid's favorite, I'm pretty sure, in the 2v2.
I do think Nocturne Nico is a really strong combo. We've seen teams trying to secure that as a pairing more often than not. Being able to turn the lights out and having to deal with the threat of the Nico flanks, the Nico disguised as another champion. It really makes it difficult to survive as a backliner, and already T1 has invested into Jhin, Orianna, who are mobile backliners. That being said, Jhin can operate at a really safe distance where it can be a bit difficult for the Nocturne to go in and have follow-up, and Orianna has a lot of options in terms of defensive itemization to keep yourself safe. Now, Akali comes through as a ban, which I think, we saw hovered, but that paired with this dive thread, absolutely, you want to get rid of it. Now, for BNK's bans, Nautilus Pike, to me, I understand the respect for Carrier's Pike 100%, but when you're playing the Nico Ezreal, I feel like both champs have a pretty decent amount of safety and a good amount of poke. If you play into Nautilus Pike, I feel like you should have lane pressure constantly. It's going to be harder to get out of the lane, and also you're not going to be that threatened, especially by the Nautilus, because you can block the dredge line with the clone.
Aurelion Sol!
Wow, yeah, that just...
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like every pick we've had so far, pretty standard, pretty expected, no big surprises, and then just the Aurelion Sol slam.
But his name is Daystar, and it's a very celestial champion. I think it makes complete thematic sense. Beautiful. I love that. Synergy between his name and the champion. As a blind pick, Jace is not really all that surprising here. Doran going to be adding a lot of extra range to this composition as well, but can also really stand his own. Obviously, there is still... Oh, that is an Alistar for Carrier. Yeah, I mean, Carrier's Alistar has been notorious for a very long time, but it won't necessarily be the most powerful lane, and the Yorick was the most face-up thing that we've seen in a very long time. They banned the Akali instead of protecting a potential Jace pickup, and obviously they didn't have the first pick immediately after that ban phase, and so the Jace could have come in then instead, and so the counter pick is going to be there.
So A little bit of a tidbit for Daystar. He does have 10 career games on Aurelion Sol with a 70% win rate. So definitely something he has experience on, a bit of a pocket pick coming through.
There we go.
I think everything else BNK Fearex has makes a lot of sense, like the Yorick into the Jace. The Aurelion Sol is obviously a pocket pick. We'll see how that is able to perform, gives a good amount of scaling, but you know, can be a little bit vulnerable if you get engaged on, which is maybe why they wanted to go for the Alistar on the side of T1. But the Alistar is, you know, obviously a pick that Keria is very proficient on, but you are going to get pressured out in lane pretty hard. We've seen teams drifting away from Alistar because of that, because of just the harass and the value of having Prio in the 2v2. It does mean they have set up, though, for the Orianna Shockwave and a form of engage more than just a Xin Zhao charging in. So maybe they felt like they had a lack in that department, and that's why they opted to prioritize it there.
Yeah, I'm very curious about how they're going to be able to play this one out. I feel like we've got our own little APA, you know, here in the LCK. Very, very fun, as Daystar will be bringing out the Aurelion Sol. Spooky Nocturne as well, definitely the best skin choice. As let's get onto the Rift for game number 1 of this LCK Roadshow. All right, are we doing fan chants or not? Couldn't really hear them. There were people saying whiting a lot. Oh, there we go. There was a fan chant. I just didn't hear anyone actually lead it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're onto the Rift for game number 1. Already, we are breathing light all over these minions, is Daystar. Well, let's see how Faker's going to be able to play this one out. Obviously, Orianna is a pretty powerful laner in general, as Keria just walks towards Kellen menacingly, headbutt in hand, ready to fight.
Yeah, that's one of my concerns about the Aurelion Sol specifically into the Orianna, is that Orianna could be a pretty fearsome laner, but, you know, presuming Daystar's taking this with a lot of confidence. I do feel like there's a lot of dive threats on BNK Fearex, and Aurelion Sol doesn't necessarily fit with that, but if you get the empowered ultimate, you know, if your team's diving in, you can still, in theory, follow up. Oh, he's just lasering Faker.
He's actually having a pretty good time, from what we can see. Faker is just going to be able to dissonance himself back. Daystar with a lot of extra space here, knows exactly where Owner is as well. They get the pings out. But Doran having a decent time here towards his top side. I think one of the things that we were talking about yesterday was Faker having a bit of an off performance, as this may not be, as Diablo just arcane shifts on top of both of them. That was insanity. It is going to be barrier advantage here for Pays, but he's still down to 300 health, as this Nico Ezreal that is so practiced for Diablo and Kellen is really starting to pop off.
This is the point where it gets a little scary when Keria hits level 2 and there's the threat of getting knocked under the tower. Diablo going for that play was definitely a factor in...
Oh, okay, Doran taking a bit of damage here. Ghoulie Wall coming on through. At least Jace pretty good at destroying the Ghoulie Wall if needed, but still going to be a good trade for the Yorick.
Yeah, I think Diablo going in like that was definitely factoring in Pays and Keria not having that level 2 available, so able to play that aggressive, but now it does have to be a bit respectful near the tower. Last Aurelion Sol game was also versus Faker versus Azir and was a loss.
Yeah, Yahoo, it's been a while. Obviously not in our region anymore, as Pays taking some damage. Kellen is basically dead. Keria not able to get towards him though. And now Diablo just going to have to be laning alone. Wow, talk about using your health bars. Oh, Kellen tries to get in there. They are going to be able to headbutt Diablo back.
Wow.
And the 4th bullet is set. And Pays picks up first blood. Raptor now looking for a bit of an angle. Everyone in the vicinity and exceptionally low, as that is going to be the Nico locking down the kill onto the cow. But Raptor, can he actually grab Pays? The answer is no. One last auto comes through. The teleport brings Faker down just to protect his bottom lane. Oh man, it is crazy in this early game, but T1 come out on top.
Nightmare scenario for BNK Fearex, and it's just really well played by Pays and Keria here. The root comes in on a Pays, the engage comes out, and they get so much damage onto Kellen. He's not able to back away from the situation, nearly dies to the 4th shot there. And then Keria knows that Kellen has to back away, goes for the re-engage before Diablo has his cooldowns back, and Pays lines up the 4th shot again, this time getting a kill. And then Raptor was here. He was looking for a potential gank to cover his laners, and despite the health bars being low, He just doesn't have enough to clear up this fight, can only get the 1 kill on the carrier, and it's another kill to Pays.
He flashed out as well. I could have imagined him flashing just on top of Pays to kill him before he goes down. Instead, he tried to flash away.
I think he was maybe trying to buy time and thought, if I play this right, I can get more than just 1 kill.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking as well.
Didn't fully pan out. And the thing is, we talked about this bot lane matchup being super favored with the early prio for the Ezreal, Nico into Jhin Alistar. But now you've given those 2 kills over. I mean, look at the CS difference bot lane.
Yeah.
And yet Pays is up in gold because of those 2 kills. And it just really shows how the all-in that T1 found in the bot lane has really been a saving grace for what otherwise would be a miserable matchup.
Yeah, it's working out very nicely for T1 so far. 400 gold is going to be their lead just across the board. Like you were saying, 300 of that is on Pays. Hex Flash just being experimented with here by Carrier. Do like to see the button just being pressed. It's just more fun that way. As Diablo wants to be able to grab the first plate here, will be able to do so. That's going to halve that gold advantage that Pays does have. But the Aurelion Soul's also behind, even though Faker did use his teleport just to protect his bottom lane earlier on, is still able to be about a wave ahead of the Dragon.
Yeah, we saw that good early trade from Daystar, but I think it makes sense that Orianna's starting to pull ahead with the lane pressure. A big reason why she's been so highly prioritized. Now, in the bot lane, I think a big factor now is that Diablo and Kellen not having summoners available keeps them being vulnerable, while Pays, his flash is up, his barrier's coming up. They have the harass, they have the poke, but still have to be so wary of these all-ins, especially as Diablo went for the tier, has just back now and picked up the Sheen, but Pays going for that early Dirk is so much lane power. You know, we sometimes see Jins go for the early tier 2 boots, the boots of swiftness, so you have that, especially into a lane like this, the ability to dodge skill shots, but he was like, no, I'm getting damage. I want the power to threaten all-ins.
Well, you can see we're just trying to charge up. Level 6 has been picked up here by Daystar. Obviously, Aurelion Soul has a pretty impactful ultimate. And we'll see whether Daystar can find some angles to use it. As Faker doesn't really mind getting breathed on, as it looks like here. Not really taking too much damage from that Breath of Light at this point in time, and is actually doing a lot with that dissonance right now. Diablo connecting some of these Mystic shots quite nicely in this bottom lane, despite Kellen's absence. Captive Audience is just going to get procced here. Raptor will be taking down this first Drake of the game, so B&K against the flow of play is kind of what it feels like, but will be able to take the Dragon for themselves, although Carrier will spot it out.
Ona's coming over.
And no flashes there for Raptor. He does have the Paranoia. Let's see whether he can use it as Ona just comes in and steals his lunch money. Kellen coming on over, seeing what he can do, but he's not there in time. It's a kill and a Dragon, and Ona just walks away.
Yeah, I think B&K Fearax getting challenged on that, obviously didn't anticipate it with the bot lane prio, but you know, it's just an easy move in from Ona, picks up the smite, gets the kill as well. I think obviously, you know, in hindsight, going for that Dragon ends up being a mistake, but Raptor's ult was popped. I feel like he should have just like ulted to Carrier.
Yeah.
To try and, I mean, at least if Carrier gets the kill, it's better than him, but he kind of just sits in the pit and lets Ona take it. Maybe he was worried about giving Pays another kill. Either way, it's a big advantage for T1 to get that Dragon pretty much for free and a kill onto their jungler on top of that.
Nice pulverize there from Carrier as well, but will be taking a fair bit of damage. Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will just yet, as Diablo really would have liked to hit that Mystic shot, but does not. Still, I don't think it would have killed Carrier, but allows them to do a bit more in the lane if it had have worked out. I'm going to have a look at this one more time. As Ona, yeah, he's on vision, but I think Raptor just wanted to be able to get in here and take it away, pairing the smite with his Q perhaps, but even so, Ona was able to come in and smite that one away and also kill Nocturne, who had no flash. Pays now taking a fair bit of damage, but so is Kellen, who is able to flash himself out of the way. Ona is moving down. They once again have information of it, but what can they do about it as Raptor, no Paranoia available, and Diablo's in a very awkward spot. Pays in on about 2 health as they do take down the Nico, and Diablo just doesn't have the health bar to chase them down.
So many skirmishes around the bot lane. We've seen T1 members on such low health. We even see Carrier TPing out to make sure he doesn't get picked up. Just feels like B&K Fearax, if a couple of things went a little bit more correct for them, they'd be in a much better position. Now they're looking for Faker.
Yeah. There is the descent, as Faker just walks on out of there. And Daystar will be able to at least clear out the wave. BNK's composition does scale quite nicely, right? I think the Yorick is going to have control of side lanes theoretically later on. The problem is right now, T1 are in such a good position, and their composition is also not exactly the worst later on in the game, because they have the Alistar to set up for these team fights. Orianna obviously scales very, very nicely, and even Jace will be able to provide a lot of that much-needed damage that a lot of these Jhin compositions do really like. Although I think Pei's in a position now where I don't think he's going to be wanting for damage.
Yeah, and Callan nearly taking out Pei's there, but just not quite enough damage. Must feel frustrating with how low they end up in terms of health. I will say, you know, often we see the Neeko do really well into like Nautilus because you can block the engage with your clone, but the Alistar just kind of ignores it.
Yeah.
You know, if you clone, when the combo comes in, you and your clone get knocked up. And Callan struggling to stay alive while putting down this pressure. Obviously, there is a lot of poke from this Neeko, but it just takes one big all-in to really turn it around. And we've seen that multiple times now. Ghostblade already completed on Pei's as well as a big spike.
Yeah, allows him to get that little bit of extra movement speed as well. As True Shot Barrage is going to soften up the wave, but does not stop the back of Pei's. Will be able to get himself back home. Is it going to be boots too? Not quite yet. Never mind. He is going to be aiming for them, but those steel caps just a little bit further away. Owner moving down. We'll be able to find Clear here on the top side of the map, who did have a good ward to avoid the dive, but is still unable to stick around his wave, as that plate will go over to Doran, and they are able to stop Clear's back. Man, that is so frustrating.
I think it's just adding to the list of problems the BNK FearX have right now. Bot lane not going how you wanted. Top lane is now at a sizable deficit. We know that obviously Yorick starts to pick up in terms of this matchup, but that hasn't really happened yet. Doran's been doing really well. And mid lane, I know it's Aurelion Sol, I know it's a pick that obviously scales well, but so does Orianna, and this Orianna has already generated a pretty good lead.
Yeah, I mean, 330 gold is not exactly the most as Captive Audience comes on through. Diablo is arcane shifting forward, though, as he really likes to do. Will hit that last Mystic Shot as well, putting Pei's at 50%. Still no Trinity Force yet here for Diablo. Does want to hit those two items, as we talk about all the time, in order to feel good. But still hasn't got one just yet. As Raptor this time does have Paranoia if BNK FearX want to find anything here in this bottom lane, but I don't think a dive is going to be something that they can do, and there is full information over here for T1. True Shot Barrage is going to soften up Pei's one more time.
Okay, some good poke.
Yeah, and there is the engage. Wind became lightning, and down goes the Ezreal. The Paranoia is actually going to be used in mid lane, though, as they take down Faker. Kellen now trying to get out, but he will not be able to. And so it's a 2-for-1. As Raptor decided mid lane was going to be more important than trying to fight that bottom lane skirmish. As Carrier going to discover this Nocturne. Over the wall goes Owner with the audacious charge, and down will go this Nocturne. Man, Owner is having an absolute day out alongside Carrier here today.
And I feel like BNK FearX just splitting their focus too much in this situation. There's a lot of conditions here. So firstly, Raptor's looking mid at this point when his bot lane are playing really far up. So he's already moved off, and his bot lane just end up getting engaged on because they already pushed so aggressively in the river. They both die, and sure, you get Fake in return, but it just really isn't worth. You know, you're down in terms of numbers, and then Raptor tries to move in here and just walk straight into carry. He's on vision. He's very aware. Just cleared a control ward and gets swept up here. I mean, it's a great setup by the support of T1, but I think BNK FearX just, you know, need to sort of, if you respect T1, like if you're playing around mid, that's fine if you want to use your Paranoia there, but that means bot lane needs to back away and give some respect. Another factor here, so Doran just used his TP now, but his TP was up and available for that dragon. So there was a chance that Doran could get a TP off and it would be a 5v4. I think there was just a lot of things that made that dragon difficult. And I don't think the attempt on Faker mid was bad. It's just you have to set the conditions up better. You can't be having your bot lane overextended while that happens.
Yeah, you can't split that focus, especially when you are falling behind. And speaking of behind, I mean, it's almost a 5,000 gold lead at this point in time. You have Daystar moving down towards this bottom side. Oftentimes we talk about scaling can bail you out, but I don't think it's happening this time. As Diablo trying to get that damage down, but they are just looking to take down Kellen, and they will be able to get their prize. Owner with the Crescent Guard barely even needs it with how tanky he is. And Diablo just has to watch as his support dies.
Yeah, I mean, Carrier, we were concerned. I was concerned about picking this Alistair into the Nico. What could happen in the 2v2? Diablo and Kellen, who, you know, their time together as a duo have kind of prided themselves on being strong in the 2v2 matchup, are just getting absolutely destroyed by Carrier right now. Kellen in particular, it feels like his flash is just being burnt as soon as it's up because of engages from this Alistair.
And this has also been one of the most successful bottom lanes that BNK Furex have been utilizing throughout this season, right? And the fact that here in game number 1, it is just straight up losing to Jhin Alistair with a little bit of help from Ona, you could say. But still, it's bad news. Is now Faker in a little bit of trouble once again. Does flash himself out of the way and has Carrier alongside. The skies do descend, but it's nowhere near enough to deter Carrier from just killing the Nocturne.
There's just something about Carrier at Inspire Arena.
Yeah.
There's just something, you know, I don't know what it is specifically, but this game he's just been all over BNK Furex and there to protect Faker. You know, the sort of last lane that's relatively close, BNK Furex trying to make an attempt on it and it's shut down. And I feel like with that, this game is really just, it was already in a bad spot, but you're at a almost 6k gold deficit, 2 dragons down. It's going to go to 6k after this tower's taken. This is looking dire for BNK Furex. And one of the issues as well is the gold is so spread. There's so many Fed members of T1 who are major threats. It's not like sometimes you have a game where one person's extremely fed. If you blow them up, that removes a lot of that lead. Everyone is strong. And this is just a great timing from Carrier, great read. Even with the ult coming down, it's not enough to take down Faker. And Raptor ends up going down for that play.
Yeah, it's sort of just, there's fires all over the map, and I don't think BNK Furex have enough firemen to put them out in any way, shape, or form. You were talking about gold leads. It's only Faker's that is not astronomically high.
Yeah.
But it is still like a killing advantage over this Aurelion Soul. The problem is in the isolated 1v1 as well, Doran has just been dominating clear in that top side at the same time. So this Jace, when he leaves lane, is going to turn up with a whole bunch of extra money than his opposite number as well.
I mean, that's the thing is that we saw Ona lean top lane to threaten a dive at one point, but even before that, there was a massive lead for Doran. He's been doing so well in the 1v1. Oh, they're going for it again.
Yep, I've seen this play before as the Rift Herald comes down towards his bottom side. No joy on the Shockwave as the Spell Shield was there. As Ona is just going to take the Shelly exit. Just wanders his way out. Went a little bit low there, but he's just going to be able to careen towards the mid lane and even grab a charge.
Turn.
Oh, love that.
Nails
drifting.
it.
Gorgeous work, and he gets himself out. Doran, in the meantime, is taking this inner turret, and honestly, it just looks like they're toying with them.
Even when BNK Furex think they have a successful play, it's like, hey, we managed to kill Faker. The payoff for T1, the fact that Ona can slip out, Herald mid, they get that tower, tons of plates, top lane, and at least BNK Furex do pick up that bot lane tower, but it's still a sizable lead. I'm glad that they're still trying to be proactive in this game, they're still trying to make things happen, but they are struggling to keep their heads above water.
Well, Daystar is likely to die to Doran here, although he does get his singularity down. Shock Blast misses, and so therefore Daystar just kills him.
That was just a critical thing. The Shock Blast missing there from Doran. A little bit of a misplay ends up costing him and giving another kill over to
Doran.
Daystar
Flashed in to die in that play. That's what happened.
Daystar also had flash still, so he could have flashed the Shock Blast if needed, although maybe would have struggled to turn the damage around if he did that. Now they are looking.
Yeah, that is going to be a very dead Nocturne as Raptor is taken out by a bullet of Pays. Carrier, just wherever he is, BNK members will die. That is what's written.
Yeah. You know, it kind of feels bad. This would be the game in solo queue where the rest of the team want to FF, and then the Aurelion Sol mid lane's like, guys, I'm ahead, I scale. Please.
We scale, man, let's do it.
I'm a dragon. Just give me some time. But it is not being going so hot. 7,000 gold, these towers about to get taken. Third dragon as well. It's hitting critical mass at this point.
Yeah. And I don't even think Nosdormu had enough time. As far as time dragons are concerned, I think that he's also the right colors, is Daystar with this particular skin, although it's a little bit more Mists of Pandaria than classic WoW, but still, maybe they can channel some of that that Chrono Drake type stuff here in order to get themselves another 50 minutes worth of items and gold without T1 just destroying their Nexus. The problem is, I don't think that T1 is going to allow that to happen.
No.
There are 2 items, I guess, on Daystar, so that is certainly good news, but we still don't have that 2-item spike for the Ezreal. And even the Yorick, he's still 2,000 gold behind. I mean, that lead has not changed, but it's just, yeah, it's 20 minutes into the game.
I mean, it feels
7,000 gold lead.
It feels so bad in Ezreal because normally you get your 2-item spike, you're like, okay, I am the strongest champion in the game. I'm up there with some of the strongest 2-item spikes there is. But when FaZe is going to have 3 items when you have 2, it just does not feel good at all.
No.
Don't really get to leverage that strength. And BNK4X's composition, a lot of it is focused around diving in. T1 having a Mountain Soul on the cards. I mean, if you're going in as Nico Nocturne, you're already behind. And they have that extra shielding.
Oh dear.
Where'd he go?
Death Chamber.
You know, sometimes we see the clone get focused down and it just, you know, vanishes very quickly, right? That kind of felt like that.
Yeah, looked exactly the same.
The clone might have survived longer, to be honest, at this point. Now, they are just going to look towards Baron. Raptor does have ultimate to get in. They do have the empowered Aurelion Soul ult, so...
Yeah, it's a big flanking teleport here for the Dragon and for the Yorick. As the Baron is down to about 6k, they've used a lot of their vision, but Controller does go over the back of the pit. In goes the Nocturne now as they do manage to find the ulti, but the Aurelion Soul's just dead. They take down Faker one more time, but we've seen that that doesn't bother T1 too much, as they will be able to take down Diablo as well, and Raptor takes a shock blast on his way out. I feel like Raptor's just been running away this entire game. A 1 for 2 so far in favor of T1. They also get themselves the Baron, and regardless of what happens after this, I feel like they're going to be feeling very, very good about the outcome of this one. As the curtain call comes in, one of the bullets, make it 2, are going to connect there, and Owner is also able to tidy up Raptor. Yeah, Kellen had died earlier in that explosion of Nico damage, and so I'm going to call it an ace. Even though Kellen is just respawned a little bit too quickly.
I think that was the sort of play that BNK4X kind of had to go for. Obviously, this is Kellen getting picked. Ona lands, the wind becomes lightning, the extended dash into the shockwave. They kind of had to try and contest this Baron, but it was just difficult to do because, you know, they don't go for the steal. Raptor goes in to try and take out Faker, which they succeed at, but then this engage onto Diablo. The Ezreal just doesn't get to play the game. The target selection is so good from T1. Doran also, this time, taking out Daystar, getting revenge for that earlier solo kill. And with a 10,000 gold lead, this game is just closed.
It's pretty cooked. Minute and a half on a Mountain Soul as well, if T1 would like it, but I don't know whether we've got another minute and a half yet. And Carrier is saying that he agrees with that sentiment. Going in, although there was no one else in the area, still he's got an Unbreakable Will and is very happy to use it. And the conga line of minions will look to try and take down this inhibitor turret towards the bottom side of the map. Daystar wants nothing to do with the defense of the base, as I don't think BNK4X would have been able to defend regardless. Here's a Pop Blossom that just gets avoided entirely. Raptor goes into the backline to die, and they do manage to kill Carrier, so there's at least something. Didn't have the ultimate from that previous play. As Diablo in a very awkward spot gets hit by the wind becomes lightning. That means that Ona dashes towards him. It is going to be a turret against the flow of play and some bounty gold for it, but still a drop in the ocean as it turns out. Shockwave is just going to pull in clear. He takes a lot of damage as well. Dissonance going to help out as FaZe. He's in the ghoulie wall and is not too phased by it at all. As BNK4X just watching as their Nexus turrets fall. That is going to be a decent ulti here from Daystar as Faker is once again going to be dead. Daystar goes golden before he dies, and Owner is going to go in. Crescent Guard is looking like an offensive ability by the looks. And T1 will be able to deal with these Nexus turrets eventually, as this is a very different game to what we saw against the Bros yesterday. A shellacking from T1 in game number 1. BNK4X really going to have to go back to the drawing board here. This felt personal after what BNK did to T1 in the LCK Cup. Some absolute revenge.
Definitely feels like T1 have warmed up at the Inspire Arena and we're looking, as you said, for some personal revenge on BNK4X. I think a lot of things went wrong for BNK Fearx's game plan, largely just to excellent setup from the jungle support of T1, owner and carrier, kind of putting on a masterclass there, and the game fell apart so quickly as a result. That's the sort of the game that you come off and you're just reeling with how it played out. And for BNK Fearx, you know, as we said before, T1 is a tough opponent, but they need wins desperately, and to already be 1-0 in such a crushing fashion is not a good omen for them in this series.
Yeah, there was sort of no way in at all in this game. As, yeah, they got a couple of kills here and there, but you can see that gold graph. Man, that is just linear drop-off. And I didn't mind the draft out of BNK. Obviously, the Aurelion Soul is a unique pick that we don't see all that often here in the LCK, but I like Yorick into Jace. I think picking the Nocturne was fine. Unfortunately, it just didn't get off to a decent start at all, and they kept tripping over their shoelaces.
Well, I tell you, one person who will have loved this game as the, you know, our own Ezreal Nico enjoyer.
Sorry, enjoyer, yes.
Is Widid.
Well, we are going to be getting to Widid after a short break. The Space is going to break this game down, and then we'll have the second one in the series. We'll see whether BNK can turn it around.
바로 먹고 한번 아웃에 도착했어. 이거 날 깨주면 좋아. 이거 미드라인 살려줬다. 맞아. 니코 높은 농이야. 여기 미드라인에서 미드라인 때 돼. 아웃에 아래 좀 봐줄래? 괜찮아 돼? 아래 맞아. 해도 돼. 나 공개다. 피지 높을. 그냥 사서 밀어봐 나머지. 여기. 사도 있어요? 로톤 높을. 좀 뺄게. 피지 높이전. 높이전 없어?
You gotta live your life in the day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1 where T1 absolutely demolished their opponents in BNK FearX, and it wasn't exactly a close affair. I am Valdez, joined by 2 professional gamers, Wadid and Umpty. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great, and glad to have T1 back on the form right now. It seems like they have much cleaner gameplay, and I really like everything that they had. And also, we didn't hear the opening from here because of license maybe, but I think it was really cool opening that they had the Legend Never Die, it coming into like Faker, like walking in. So it was really great, and I like to see that like roadshow, like overall. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Watching the crowds like cheering for T1 and then for FearX too. It was quite cool for me. And then this game actually felt like too quick for being a game and situation, but I think that's why the T1's bottom was playing really well, like winning with the losing matchup. I think we should talk about at the draft.
Yeah, let's jump into the draft and talk about what we saw here, because on paper there were some things we liked and some other things that some of us did not like very much.
So let me explain why I hate Ezreal and Nico. So after them like nerfing a lot on Nico, I think Nico's laning phase is not like lane dominance as like before. So how I feel about Nico is just you just pick the champion for the team fight because you still have the huge potential with the flash ulti. So like even on this matchup, it seems like you're winning lane so hard, but I think in fact you're really okay. Maybe like struggling before the first reset, but after the first reset you'll be like completely fine. And it turns out like you cannot really win with the Ezreal. So that means you can't really like pair them up because they're not gonna win the lane hard enough, and also they're not preparing good enough for the team fight as well. So that's the issue that they had. And in the bot lane, I think Paze and Carrier, they just like played the matchup so much better than BNK FearX. So yeah, I think that was all. And also we got the Aurelion Soul in the mid lane. I'm not sure if it's like the pick that you can just give up the Orianna for free and just you can pick it into it. Because it felt like even though Faker got a lot of ganked, he was still like valuable in the game.
Well, I am actually Azul like specialist, which why I had the APA with him together.
Oh yeah?
Yes, but I think this matchup should be like Azul always have to go forward and just playing aggressive, but Nocturne was having hard time and he couldn't actually use the Paranoia to Orianna well.
Yeah, we got to talk about some of the stuff that happened very early on in the game as we jump into our first highlight and watch the bottom lane kind of fall apart very early on here.
So yeah, I mean, Diablo went too aggressive, and also you don't really have enough damage into Jhin and Alista, even though you hit all the abilities. And now, Carrier and Pace, they fought back really well around their cooldowns, and now this matchup is doomed.
This was quite disaster for FearX because this matchup should be Izor and Nico pushing and gave Nocturne the free crab. And then there's no way Nocturne was dying here in their like theoretical wise, but now the Nocturne died here. The game actually turned like bottom is like not winning hard. Nocturne is having hard time starting, so the game was quite not easy for the FearX.
Yeah, it was a big whoopsie very early on, and we do have to jump into our second highlight, which is going to, at about 6 minutes into the game, essentially end this one. And let's talk about everything that happened leading up to this.
So I think as a jungler, right now Raptor is playing for his level 6 plus mid lane push for the Dragon, and then enemy team comp is Jhin Alista, which is weak at the before the level 6. So I understand what they're playing for and for first Dragon, but there was something wrong because Nocturne went to a Dragon and then bottom was quite slow pushing it there and then wanted to deny the creeps, and Azul didn't want to give up the mid creeps too. So actually Nocturne was just hunting the Dragon alone and then he was getting low and low. So I think they had that information with T1. T1 just knew that Nocturne was only doing it solo. So they could just figure it out, like they could just like guess it, and they could come and just for looking for a smite fight or a little bit of skirmish.
Yeah, and I think they kind of planned about like pushing mid lane altogether and then having a bot pressure so we can just do the free Drake. But I think it was kind of greedy, you know, like they didn't really do the Drake in time. I mean, I think if you want to do this kind of strategy, you have to start the Drake even before you get the mid priority or bot priority. So like while them getting the priority by themselves, you're already doing the Drake. So when they finish to push the lane and you're about to finish the Drake, right? So that, I think that can work, but I think in this kind of way, they can always react, you know? Like, even though you have the winning match by bot lane, you're like, they're completely fine. They're not even chunked. They're not hard stuck on the turret, so they can always come for the fight. So I think BNK, they have to figure out like what they want to do clearly, because this is not the one that we wanted from them.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a whoopsie early on, and T1 looking very clean in the first match here, or at least the first game so far, as BNK FearX move to blue side. Let's see what our casters have in store for us for game number 2.
Oh, we got plenty for you, Valdez. Don't you worry about that. We are back ready to get into game number 2. The thing that was really weird, looking at that replay, once again, I know we've seen it 3 times now, but it looked like Raptor was moving to the back of the Dragon Pit so he could flash over without flash. That's what it looked like to me.
You know,
he made that weird move.
Sometimes,
you know?
sometimes junglers do that, or just players in general. Like you move to the back of the pit, like
I can flash over.
Like in a split second, you're like, you know, oh, I'm gonna do it, and they're like, well, we know you flash time, you're not gonna do it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, it's positioning defensively away. I think looking back at what, you know, the old situation, I think he was just trying to deny assist gold and not give it to Paze. But that was sense. One of many things that went wrong in that game.
Well, you know what? It's going to be completely different champions this time around. And so BNK get a different crack at it. They are going to take away the Lucian.
Yeah,
so Diablo's not going to be heading towards that one this time.
It's interesting. Lucian did get a buff, and obviously it's a pick that Diablo is very proficient on. But interesting, they've moved to this high prio on banning that. It does free something up.
Yeah.
So the question is, for T1, are they banning
Rumble, Pantheon, or Jarvan?
Yeah, they're banning the Pantheon, so looking to get that Rumble Fierce pick. Presumably, BNK Fearex, I was going to say ban Rumble. No, they go for the Jarvan ban. Maybe thinking with Ezreal down, they feel pretty uncomfortable playing into it, but this is just a first pick Rumble. And with how Doran played game 1, I would not want to give him Rumble. Like, he was crushing a matchup that for the majority of the time, most times is just favored towards the Yorick. Especially once his ult becomes available. And Doran crushed it with very little outside help as well, so...
This is what I was expecting. I thought that a Cassante would be coming through. Instead, they're going to pivot over towards the Yunara Lulu in the first round. I think they still need to pick something into the Rumble. I think it's such a problem that you don't want to give 2 bans to T1 against it, but they might steer away from it, maybe get a priority jungler instead.
T1 could go Ashe Seraphine here. They could go Caitlyn plus like Lux here. There's a lot of options you could take to just crush this in the 2v2. And with how game 1 was, I'd be a little bit concerned. Instead, opting to go for the Vi. You could even go for like Vi Nautilus if you really want to make sure Yunara can't play the game. But Vi definitely given that point and click CC and lockdown onto a pick who obviously is a big late game threat. For Annie available, Azir available.
Yep.
We'll go for the Azir, a classic for him. And I think T1 pretty happy with that top side. Daystar, the Akali was definitely something on the cards. We saw it banned last game, and it was hovered as well by BNK Fearex. We've seen the Akali do well into the Azir. In fact, we saw it happen yesterday when it was Roma against Faker. So I think a good matchup, at least for the mid lane, for BNK Fearex.
Yeah, but it does mean now there is no answer to the Rumble still. And so T1 can throw a couple of bans that way. We'll see whether they do. First ban here is going to be the Nautilus, though. You were talking about that one being a potential pickup. That is going to be taken away. I imagine keeping that focus on Keria makes a lot of sense moving into this game and the next ban. But where is the Cassante ban? That's what I'm expecting to come out here, because that would be what Clear would play every single day into this.
Yep, and you know, we've seen a lot of our Rumbles do well. I mean, when it was actually able to be played and wasn't permabanned.
Yeah.
You know, Rumbles, some of them do pretty good into these top lane tanks, able to farm up. T1 instead really twisting the knife when it comes to jungle.
Artie and Nex are battling? This is like a Pokemon battle, and they've both Gigantamaxed.
Oh my, it's getting intense.
Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. Hang on a second. Their arms are too short. They can't look each other in the eye and still fight each other. Oh no, don't do the ear slap, Nex. Oh, was that a little cuddle?
It's hard to tell.
It's
like two T-Rexes fighting, but only using their hands.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, they're like, no biting allowed. It's like, man, that's
limited range.
I've got all of this evolution in my biting, and that's all I can do.
It's really hard to tell if that ended amicably or if it was like still heated. You know, the intent was not completely clear. But
yeah, I'm a bit worried still. They ban Ambessa instead of Cassante, so Clear just gets it for free.
We have seen Ambessa picked a lot when Rumble's been open this season, which hasn't been much. It has often been into Ambessa.
Oh, Kate Lux.
Yeah.
Oh, Kate Lux. Oh, dear.
That's the thing. They banned the Nami to deny Corki Nami, but I felt like Ashe Seraphine or Kate Lux were the ones I was thinking of as big threats to the 2v2 laning phase. So they come out, and it looks like Raptor with the jungle pool really thinned is just going to go for the Wukong, which, you know, decent diver. You have that with the Akali. Can be a big threat to this backline.
I like Neferi a lot more, actually. Neferi Lulu we've seen already find a lot of success. Obviously, that was a different version of Neferi playing in the lane rather than in the jungle, but Raptor has been decent at this champion. We just need to not have a repeat of that one play that we all remember when he played Neferi early in the season, and it was just terrible.
That was definitely a hug between them. That was just
okay.
That was
there we go.
They've made amends. Don't worry, everyone. We've managed to solve the crisis. But yeah, as you were saying, the Neferi, when we first saw this come out in the LCK, it was into Vi. So
yeah,
I think this pick makes a lot more sense, especially into this bot lane of Kate Lux. If you find an angle to attack these two picks, they're great. Like a Lux in particular, if you ult that, get that really easy reset, you can have a lot of value in these fights. So I am a little concerned for the lanes. For being correct. By a little, I mean quite a lot. Lane priority pretty heavily in favor of T1, and it's definitely a matter of, can you survive the laning phase? Can you get to some skirmishes? Can this Neferi pop off? And I'm struggling after how game 1 went to see that going well, but you know, that's the task put ahead of BNK FearX. You have to weather the storm and then start to find some skirmishes and blow up some of these squishy targets.
Well, it is now time to get onto the rift for game number 2. BNK FearX have an opportunity to bring us to 3 games. With a win here, we'll see whether they can. All right, the BNK fans actually managed to get a little bit of a fan chant there. You did hear the T1 roar earlier on, but we do actually have BNK FearX fans also able to get theirs out. I think we had it in game number 1 as well. We just may have missed it when we were loading on in. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. Daystar on his Akali once again. Akali into Azir seems to be flavor of the month as far as the matchup is concerned, and see whether Daystar can once again have a good experience into this. We did see yesterday Akali having a bit of a pop-off despite the result of the game.
Yeah, I definitely think level 6 becomes really dangerous for the Azir in this matchup. And if Raptor can put some attention toward it, could really turn this matchup on its head. But early levels, you know, playing a melee into Azir is never fun. It's kind of like the Yone Azir in that sense, that you are going to get pushed in, you are going to get harassed, but it's about finding those later windows where you can capitalize once you have the all-in potential.
Yep. The early all-in, like levels 1 and 2, can actually be a thing for the Akali as well. We've seen that work out, but like you say, it's obviously level 6 that you're really looking for. So just as much CS as you can find is going to be the aim of the game. The flash in from Carrier is going to be met with a flash in from Diablo. He's not going to be out-flashed in. Never. Not this young man, as they do take the bad end of that trade. Diablo still with his barrier up and available.
So if I'm the bot lane, BNK FearX, I'm screaming to Raptor, Lux no flash, but Ona has already made his way down here. And if we look at the low health bars, the thing is, Raptor wrapped around, and now might be late to the play. He's now on vision.
Oh dear.
Do they turn onto the Neferi?
They are, like ships in the night. They will pass by one another. Raptor doesn't know how lucky he is that there was no fight there.
To be fair, I think it's pretty hard to pin down a Neferi. You know, it's very easy for him to dash away and has the W as well to go untargetable. So I think it'd be hard for them to really punish him. And diving there with the Neferi able to clean up would be so dangerous. So I think T1 make the right move and back away. That double flash from Carrier's level 2 and Diablo flashing in was crazy but unsurprising, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Diablo. That was just the most Diablo move that we've ever seen.
It's exactly the vibe that we wanted. There is no doubt about that. As Kellen not quite able to find that Glitter Lance. And BNK, I mean, it's already going better than in game number 1. Don't look at the gold difference with the fact that T1 are just kind of in every lane and the jungle winning. It's not as bad as it was.
Yeah. It's expected to kind of go this way with this early pressure from T1. It just comes down to, can you find opportunities to come back into it? Because if you already have this kind of passive gold lead...
Is Daystar just dead? He's going to have to flash. Ona doesn't need to flash and follow him. And that is just flash down for the Akali.
I feel like Ona holding the flash was such a great read. If you flash and just waste it trading, it's not really that much value, but he knew that Daystar was going to flash and just said, cool, I'll keep mine.
Yep.
I'll get the summoner. 4-shot TP as well. Just a nice gank from Ona, capitalizing on the lack of abilities that Daystar had at that time.
Yeah, Daystar is able to teleport back, but obviously without teleport, it's going to mean that this level 6 that he is heading towards relatively shortly, just 1 level up after this next minion.
I think Flash as well, when we're talking about the level 6 all-in in the Akali, can make a big difference into the Azir.
Oh, yeah.
Can easily avoid his ultimate with it available, so Ona relieving some pressure from his mid laner with that move. But yeah, the expectation is that we are just going to see this passive build-up from T1. It's not a major concern, but if you lose some of these early skirmishes...
Oh dear. Raptor was just backing, does avoid the Lucent Singularity, but then doesn't have the untargetability for the rest of the engage. Thankfully does make it out, and T1 not going to overextend into that. Only level 4 for Ona, so doesn't have the ulti just yet. Still T1 with a lot of control down here. It is about 6 minions, the difference between the two, and which will continue as Pays clears out these remaining 3. Light Binding connects, and Diablo does still have his barrier available, but that is not a trade that he really wanted to make. As there is the net in, finally the barrier does come on down, and the Light Binding connects once again. Peacemaker is not looking real peaceful here in the hands of Pays as they just destroy the Lulu.
I think the thing is in this situation is Diablo and Callum were doing pretty well in the early levels, getting poked in, getting pushed in, but surviving. But as soon as a trap hits, and particularly at this point, Pays has had a back, he has a pickaxe, Keria has an amp tome. The extra damage after the first back just makes this all in so much more threatening. Diablo ends up surviving, but Callum is so focused on his AD carry that doesn't respect the binding cooldown and just gets deleted. Still had both summoners available, but to be fair, once the binding is hit, they would not save you.
Nope, he was just dead. A little bit unfortunate, though, that Diablo and Kellen are once again very far behind in this laning phase. Obviously, Kate Lux is a very difficult lane to deal with, but still, I mean,
I think that's
not looking very good.
That's the thing, at least in this game, is last game it was like you picked Ezreal Nico because you wanted to win lane, and losing that to Alistair Jhin feels terrible. This is a lane...
Oh, the all-out does come on through here as Doran is going to silence himself. There's the dash forward. Clear hits the Q. Can he find it? Is Doran one more auto and Clear picks it up? The solo bolo from the Cassante in the top lane. As here in the bottom side, things not looking great for Diablo, who does eat the damage from Lucent Singularity as well. Good combo there as he just made it back to lane.
Cassante coming up huge though, finding the all-in onto Doran. Flash advantage now as well. The sustain from that ult going a long way now. We do see Raptor moving over here.
Yeah, Keria does have his flash up again, and so is a little bit safer now. And it looks like Raptor is not all that interested in making his way over already. Does have his entire bottom side to clear out.
It's over 1,000 gold lead already for Pays.
Yeah. It's a big one. We're gonna have a look at this one more time as Clear misses that Q, but this all-out angle was exactly what he wanted to look for. Decides not to dance in the equalizer.
Yeah, Clear absorbing a lot of damage there, and then just in the extended fight, Doran's waiting for cooldowns, trying to buy time, and that sustain that you get from the all-out really helping Clear there. Ona looking towards mid.
Emperor's Divide comes down. Beautiful avoidance there from Daystar as he gets the second ult to go back towards his turret, so will keep himself alive. And didn't even require the flash as that was still on cooldown. Oh dear, I think Diablo may be dead. He dances on top of a trap.
The trap. Great read by Pays, but Diablo just not having a good series so far, and the pressure keeps mounting in this bot lane.
Oh dear, 48 to 74 as well as far as farm is concerned. It's all negatives here for BNK FearX on the bottom side. As we're going to have a look at this one here on the bottom side once again, and I kind of wish we didn't.
It's just so well played. You're already so low, and it's both of them read it, right? Keria through the binding, and Pays of the trap down there already. They just knew where he was going to go. They knew he couldn't continue to disengage back towards his tier 2 because as soon as you run out from the turret, you don't have that assistance, you're just going to die. There was only one way he could go, but it was just pixel-perfect reads from both the bot laners of T1.
Yeah, gorgeously done. There's the flash all out. Not exactly the best position, but there's the ulti in from Raptor, and Clear picks up another one. This time with Raptor's help, or at least a little bit of assistance, you could say. But this Cassante is very, very large. The problem is he's building all magic resist, and there is still Pays that he has to contend with later on in the game.
Yeah.
So that battle, once they do make it to team fights and things like this, is going to mean things can get a little bit awkward.
I mean, the Kinnick Rugen is going to be fantastic for the 1v1, and presumably he gets an armor item next.
Yep, can also fight against Faker as well inside lanes.
Yeah, Pays is not exactly shredding anyone at this point who is tanky, who has a lot of health. So I don't think it's too much of a concern he's lacking armor right now. The main concern is that bot lane is just bleeding out completely. And as much as Raptor and Clear, this duo, are very good at ganking a Rumble, these two champions they have, you can see with the deficit in bot lane, Raptor is so cautious about coming down, because if Ona is there, you just, all three of you die and you just lose the game.
Yep.
And honestly, even if Ona is not there, I don't know, with how far ahead they are now, there's a good chance you don't get a clean double kill, which is what you're really hoping for if you come bot lane.
Yeah, and every single time a light binding comes out, I'm worried that someone's going to die, especially with Diablo's health bar where it is. No barrier available as the Slurkle just barely does not stop Pays, who puts together his first item. Oh god. There is one weird axe thingy that Diablo has in comparison.
Yeah, the problem is we're hitting this point where you get the cashback money from completing the first item. If you look at the progress on the bot lane quests, Pays is nearly done, and Diablo's like 3/4. And obviously, eventually, Diablo's is going to be done. But between the cashback from the first item and having the quest completed way sooner, and just a general gold lead, Pays is going to be so far ahead as we go into this mid game that you can just blow the game open with that advantage.
Well, that's precisely what's happening right now as we have a Cloud Drake second up. See what the soul is going to be immediately afterwards. But right now it looks like T1 are not going to be contested on the take of Dragon number 2. So Double Dragon once again, bit of a monopoly on that objective so far as in goes Daystar looking for an angle towards Faker here, who's moving the wrong direction. Right now, Daystar feeling pretty good. The ulti does finally come out, and Daystar just ults over it and picks up the solo kill in the mid lane. Solo lane is going well here for BNK FearX, but it's this bottom lane that's leaving T1 still with a pretty massive gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we've seen the Akali into the Azir so much. Faker obviously struggled playing against Roma in this matchup yesterday.
Yeah.
And once again, Daystar able to find a solo kill. Just so much mobility and threat onto a champion who normally survives by just having more mobility than everyone else. Oh, that's a TP in from Clear. They're looking for this play.
Yep, they want to try and find an angle as Diablo dashing on top of Pays right now. There's the flash wild growth just to hold Pays in position as Raptor is trying to make his way down. Cease and desist comes in as he ults over to Pays in order to get himself out of there. Speaking of out, Clear is now just going to push the rest of them away, and Doran comes in to try and change this. But Clear has that big old shield, and Doran doesn't have the quest completed yet. Clear's health bar still hasn't moved as Raptor down to about 200. Faker is also about to die as Daystar picks up another solo carrier. It's exceptionally low as Raptor does go into the sky. Clear pulls back Doran. This Cassante is still gigantic, but hasn't got the kills just yet. And Doran is dancing out of the way of these Qs. Can he avoid it? That's the question as finally the Pathmaker comes in. And I think Clear will be able to get there. Thankfully, Ona still has a Vault Breaker to get himself out, and it's Carrier that moves back to this lane. But what just happened? Who won? I think BNK are in a better position now, right?
I think BNK got a lot out of that, which, you know, considering how far behind they already were, they are very happy with how their play panned out, especially as they got that solo kill in the mid lane in the meantime. This was absolute chaos. Pays is very far forward. Does a lot of damage to Diablo in the turnaround, but eventually has to flash out. And Raptor is like, I'm killing that Caitlyn. That is my goal. Does so pretty easily. But then in this ensuing play, they don't want to chase Ona, who has the dash, so they try and go for Doran. But he escapes and gets a huge equalizer out. That chunks Kellen, chunks Raptor. And then Clear is such a big threat. Finds Carrier, but look at Ona here. Dashes in, kills Jabal, smites Kellen for the 2 kills. And honestly, without that play from Ona, this would have been incredibly favored towards BNK FearX. That cleanup, that angle he found there, really was the difference maker. The fact he survives as well. Now, we get to see what happened mid lane. We got a brief look.
And this is without ultis, right? Yeah, he just gets shot by a sword.
Yeah. Faker just not respecting the Gunblade spike in that close range melee. Going forward like that, just gets immediately punished by Daystar.
Well, now we've got a little bit of a 2v2 breaking out here. Raptor is going to leave as it becomes a 3v2 with Carrier in the area. Diablo has to pick up this wave. So T1 with some control of this top side. You can see already so much vision in the area. There's a cease and desist down as they look for Daystar. He's going to dance on in as Owner is just dead before the fight's even really broken out. And Raptor avoids the Emperor's Divide. Faker is just going to get taken out as Daystar picks up a double. And yeah, T1 not going to be able to do anything about this one right now. Even with a fed bottom lane, they cannot manage to match when Owner and Faker are just dead.
Yeah, I mean, look at the advantage the solo lanes have in BNK FearX. And yes, Pays is a 2,400 gold lead, but it's being mitigated by the rest of BNK FearX to give them an overall gold lead for what feels like the first time in the series. I think maybe they had a little bit of one in the start of game 1, but now starting to find a good angle. And I think this Akali Nefiri combo. So firstly, they go for this engage onto Daystar, but he creates a lot of distance, and they're able to get the reset with the Nefiri.
Oh.
Okay, Daystar looking pretty dead now.
Yeah, he's going to use the Shuriken backflip, as now Kellen is moving in. Yeah, shoots Owner with a gun once again. There's the wild growth onto the Akali to keep him alive. Owner is just dead as Faker once again finds himself on the wrong side of the rift. The final spark is not going to do nearly enough as he wants to take Raptor with him, but Raptor will not be going down here as Daystar is now 6-0.
6-0 on this Akali. So far ahead, so fed. And they keep trying to make these picks aggressive plays, but Daystar buys so much time here. You can see the rest of the team collapsing in, the Lulu and the Fury on the way. But the Shroud just makes it so hard for these champions to do anything to him. Can't really auto him at all, and you don't have much ability damage. And then Raptor nearly goes down here, but walks on the honey fruit, gets a bit of shielding, and it's Daystar getting a second kill. And this is kind of, we knew the lane in phase was going to be a little bit rough. It definitely was in the bot lane, but this skirmishing power of this BNK FearX composition, the ability of Akali Nefiri to dive this backline of T1 is so effective. And Azir normally banks on, most champions just can't stick to him, right? He has his dash, he has his Emperor's Divide to get space. Both Nefiri and Akali are nightmare champs. You saw Raptor use the reset ult to go in, and then just goes untargetable to hop over the Emperor's Divide. 0-4-0 for Faker, 0-3-1 for Doran. Not a good spot right now.
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of a disaster here as Owner is looking to steal away the blue buff. He will be able to do so, as now Pays looking like he's in a little bit of trouble. The light binding is going to go wide as Raptor moving in, trying to take down Carrier and Pays. They get the heal for the movement speed, and Owner is now in position. Snaptrap goes down, BNK move out, but it's a 2.6k gold lead. There is a Rift Herald on the map. It looks like that will belong to BNK. That was very satisfying, that 5-point strike on the minion wave as Daystar clears up all that money.
I think one of the problems as well is that we know that Caitlyn in the late game is going to be an absolute monster, but this point of the game in particular, you just don't have the damage to kill this front line of BNK FearX quickly enough before they just run you over. This Akali who has the Gunblade for a bit of sustain, the Rocket Belt for a bit of health, won't die quickly to a Caitlyn, but will just one-shot you.
Oh, yes.
And the Nefiri also not an easy target to connect to. Clear's starting to pick up some armor, but just has a lot of health and bulkiness regardless. So all the eggs right now are in the Pays basket, but he needs time. And with how quickly this game has turned around, I don't think BNK FearX planned to give it to them.
Let's see whether they can actually close it on out, as Pays actually taking a fair bit of damage now from Diablo, who's dashing on in, looks for the angle, finds the ulti in the Arc of Ruin, as now Carrier coming on down, doesn't hit him with the shield, as Daystar lurking on that flank angle as he dashes on forward, caught by the binding, and will get taken down. Huge shutdown over to Pays, as now the equalizer comes in, that's hold.
Carrier!
The flashlight binding is maybe not going to be enough, as that is a takedown by the Nefiri. At least Doran is able to pick up the kill onto this Yunara, but Kellen baits Owner in, and Raptor is able to take him down in the top side of the map for BNK are just too fed.
The top side coming in clutch, Raptor with the cleanup, and Faker wasn't even there to assist with the play. The start of the play looked so T1 favored. The binding onto Daystar was massive.
Oh, Clear is just wandering at Faker here. They do a Shuriman high five, and then they just walk away.
So this starts off with some aggression from Diablo to chunk out Pays. We even see Owner just finishing his recall, and they're looking for this dive. Daystar's thinking, I'm so fed, I'm so mobile, what can they do to me? Carrier with this phenomenal read there to catch him with the binding. Immediately taking the Akali out of the fight, and then in the ensuing play, this equalizer forces Diablo and Kellen here. The binding.
Oh my god, Carrier!
So good, but it's still not enough because the Nefiri just one-shots your Caitlyn. And even within killing Diablo, Diablo is worth a lot less than your Caitlyn is. Owner's trying to clean up kills here, but Raptor just chases him down. And the Cassante is just too tanky to cut through at this point.
Yeah, he is actually on the way to item number 3 as well. Has the Iceborne Gauntlet now completed. Bottom lane outer turret will fall. BNK FearX already removing the entire outer ring.
We're so used to tanks just being given like the lower econ. Like you're not getting a ton of kills, you're not getting a ton of farm. It's actually Clear having the most farm on B&K FearX.
Yeah, he's a monster.
Yeah, and obviously a ton of kills. So this is a very accelerated Cassante who is just going to be such an issue.
Yeah, and we were talking about it before. I was like, oh, he's building Rookern first, you know? He's not going to be able to absorb the damage from Pace. Well, yes, he can. Because Pace is just, even though he is so fed, it's just not quite fed enough. As, oh dear. Okay, the on-spawn Baron into T1. Owner is going to get spotted on a control ward as the final spark is going to see that this Baron is being taken right before their eyes. And I imagine T1's eyes have lit up as Owner has stolen these before many, many times. Doran moving on over. It's B&K sticking on this Baron for now as Clear's tanking a fair bit of damage. Raptor over the walls. They're looking for the turn. But instead, B&K just going to tank a lot of damage and then just try and leave. Light binding onto 2 once again as Carrier. After that, just goes down. Pays trying to kite as best he can as Owner gets the interrupt on the ulti. And Raptor now does not have the on-target ability to get out. There's the cease and desist as Owner is going to get taken out for it. But he will take Raptor with him. B&K, I think, lucky to get out with a 2-for-1 after that precarious Baron attempt.
Yeah, T1 looking for the oh
dear. Cassante going all out once again as Pays is trying to stay alive, and he fails to do so. Still the shutdown goes over to, oh, that was such a nice polymorph to come on through, and then Daystar with the perfect execution takes down Faker yet again. Kellen, beautiful play from the grave.
You know, it wasn't as clear-cut as I think B&K FearX hoped for, but it's still favorable just because of how strong their mid laner is right now. There's Akali. Clear takes a ton of damage. Daystar dashes into a trap, but Carrier ends up positioning very aggressively and just gets bursted down. This interrupt from Owner, though, is phenomenal.
Oh, unbelievable.
The trap was ready as well from Pays, but keeping Raptor away went a long way. But then they go for this engage, and it's so hard for Pays to get damage onto the Akali in the Shroud. They then try and commit more for the play. But with how fed Clear is, he can just do this. Even with him being so low, he just kills Pays. Yes, he goes down in return, but it sets up the rest of the team to clean up the fight.
And it was 1,000 gold over to Rumble, so that's actually a big deal. Doran has now cut that gold lead down by a decent chunk. But we're still looking at Daystar having a 2.2k gold advantage, and despite the fact that Pays still is holding on to a huge lead against Diablo, he's getting closer and closer towards that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, I think Pays, ultimately, you need LDR. You need the items so you can actually start to punch through this Cassante. And even Raptor and Daystar, just their base resistances, but also the health they've stacked up is going to help there. 4 items on Caitlyn is a massive spike, but then you need to survive to get that damage off. And B&K FearX are just trying to push the pace of this game. It's an Ocean Soul, they only have 2 dragons. They don't want to sit and wait around for that. So they're using this Baron to force T1 in. And Daystar's on this strat.
Oh, the flash binding is going to catch the Akali, but he flashes out of the way. He's in the Shroud already. And the entire time they're still on the Baron. So that is just going to be taken by B&K FearX. And Daystar just absorbs the pressure enough to secure it. Still, they will lose this outer turret in the mid lane. And so the Rebel Baron power play, not the most gigantic thing right now, but B&K is still looking for it. The flash in from Raptor. Emperor's Divide is going to stop it as the Wild Growth. Raptor gets out with barely a sliver of health as Daystar. He's able to lock down Owner. There's the dash on forward as Faker is dead once again, but Doran has so much damage on this Rumble as both of the Fed members of B&K are now dead immediately after the Baron goes down. As now Raptor looking for Carrier here, but he's baiting one more time. Pays just nets himself forward, looking to take down Diablo. The final spark, not enough to kill him, but the ace in the hole will take him out. And there goes the Baron.
And there's an ace for T1 on the back of that Baron. B&K FearX, everything seemed to be going right for them this game, but an overstep too far forward. And we see it's Raptor who forces his flashes, not quite in range for the ult yet, but it's so telegraphed.
Straight onto a trap.
Everyone peels for it. And we do see Owner going down here, but Daystar eats so much damage as well in the equalizer. Clear tries to go in, but Pays starts to cut through him. And then this ensuing fight, they could have just split. They could have backed off, saved the Barons. But Carrier walks up, they try and make the play. Doran just melts Raptor, and then it becomes a 2v2 essentially between the bot lanes. And Pays is way too far ahead for B&K FearX to win that.
Oh my goodness. It is a 5,000 gold advantage for the Caitlyn now. That LDR that you were talking about has now been purchased. And And yeah, BNK had begun to stack up some dragons. I think that that might be stopping here. The gold lead is not really anything worth writing home about, but let's have a look at the difference between the 80 carries. As FaZe, yeah, we mentioned a 5,000 gold advantage. He's also farming way more and has done 5,000 more damage than Diablo as well.
Diablo does pick up the IE, which, you know, it's a nice buy, but FaZe at this point, this is like critical mass for the Caitlyn. If you get a headshot, even onto clear, it's going to do a ton of damage. And it's basically for BNK FaZe, you have to find a way to kill FaZe. And you can't start your fights by just Raptor ulting him in the middle of his team, because they'll peel every time. They have plenty of ways to do it. You need flank angles. Ideally, you want Clear and Daystar both threatening on a flank. And as they aggress in, it causes chaos for T1. They have to try and defend. And that allows Raptor to slide in and clean up. You know, I think Neferi is so strong in these skirmishes, which we've seen all game, but in a 5v5, you can't just be the primary engager. It just doesn't work that way. You need a bit of space.
Well, Owner is charging up that Vault Breaker, decides not to go in. Carrier, though, he does, as he takes a lot of damage as well. The flash out from Owner as now Faker gets himself into position. Sand Soldier's down, doing a decent amount of work. Slurkle slows up FaZe, but he is still able to net himself back. A lot of respect given by T1 here in this mid lane. The BNK standing their ground for now. Clear is a brick wall in the front line. Does have teleport for that big old shield as well if he does want to get that one out.
I think T1 trying to fish for something there, but still have to be so respectful of the damage, the burst potential of BNK FaZe if they go too far.
All right, so 4 turrets to 3. Still only 1 inner has fallen in that mid lane from T1 after that advantage that they were able to pull back. And it was a game that was snowballing out of control for BNK FaZe, and now T1 have that slight gold lead.
I mean, it's 21 kills to 14, and yet T1 have the gold lead.
Yeah. Which
is just kind of insane. Obviously, huge farm lead in the 80 carry role, but also a lot of shutdowns picked up over the course of this game.
Yeah, the fact that it was FaZe that killed Daystar the first time is kind of insane. Not to mention Doran being bailed out by that kill onto Clear. He does now have his Jack Shows done. 3 items for the Cassante is scary, but Doran's also pretty terrifying himself. As he teleports in, grabs that big old shield. Decent flank angle here for Daystar as well.
Yeah, we do have
a leaf out of the Roma and Pool Bay book.
We do have a TP from Clear, but there's no real ward set up that he can go to get an angle. And the TP, obviously, given that big shield, is a big advantage as well. Will he get spotted in the banana brush? They're looking for him. They found him.
They're going to be able to find him here as Doran. Can he land the harpoon? The answer is no. Equalizer comes on through. Shuriken backflip will be able to avoid it there as Daystar desperately trying to escape. He gets into the Shroud, but the rest of his teammates are nowhere nearby. Cease and Desist comes in, and there goes the Akali. A 4 versus 5 now as BNK are trying to burst down this dragon, but I just don't think they're going to be able to do so until Owner makes his way over here. Carrier just keeping them busy as well as they're in the back of the pit. T1 are just going to light them on fire, and Clear is able to dash his way out. That's going to be soul point over to T1. And they are just playing it more methodically here from this mid-game onwards.
Yeah, great catch onto Daystar. I'm not sure if they just sensed that, okay, Akali's missing, probably there. If they saw him walk in there, there's a decent amount of vision in the vicinity. So I'm not 100% certain if they had vision on him prior to him going into that brush, but great collapse comes through. And then they're willing to commit so much for him. They commit the Equalizer, they commit the Vials, because they know if they catch Sakali, if they remove so much pressure and gold from the fight, it's just a done deal.
And they take him out, and that is going to mean that BNK not fast enough on the Dragon. It's not exactly the end of the world, right? It is one singular Ocean Drake, but Soul Point is still a big deal here.
I think as well, even though Ocean Soul is one that, you know, I don't value very highly, and there's not like a ton of super tanky champions on T1 to get a ton of value. Like Sante could get a decent amount of value from it. I still think with how close these fights have been, it could just contribute to being that tipping point. You know, with how scrappy and long and drawn out some of the fights have been, that extra healing can definitely be a big contributor. Now, we have got the Akali TPing into the top lane just to pick up the wave, it seems, but both teams are laser focused around this Baron area. We can see some control wards set up by T1, pretty shallow, but just trying to defend those as best they can.
5 items have now been completed, not including boots for Pays.
Yeah, these are some pretty good items.
Yeah, in the time that Pays has bought an LDR and a GA, I think Diablo has purchased a pickaxe. That's kind of the feeling here. As the Baron is being started up once again, Daystar is now lurking. He flashes in, gets the wild growth as cease and desist comes through. Pays down so incredibly low, taken down to the GA, and Daystar's able to go golden. There goes Ona as Daystar trying to get on top of Pays, but he doesn't need to. Keria is able to finish off the Akali, but they take down Faker as well. B&K FearX have wiped out most of T1 and are looking for the Baron.
They just needed someone to lead the charge, and you know, so much harder to peel the Akali compared to the Neferi, so explosive and quick. And even though we see Daystar get chunked down as much as Pays does, Pays going to the GA just is unable to recover from this position. Daystar just flies in, immediately commits the wild growth as well for the extra knock-up follow-up. And even though, you know, GA for the Caitlyn and Stasis for the Akali, which, you know, ends up with him dying regardless, it still is taking down this super fed AD carry who is so much of the gold on T1, and as soon as you remove that, it just makes the fight feel so much easier.
Really does. And it is going to shrink that gold advantage that Pays does have. Obviously, gold is going to mean less and less as he has a control ward right now, but that'll likely be just a completed item relatively quickly.
Not just a gold lead, but burning both Sums and GA. You know, a big part of the value of GA is obviously the passive. And if that's not available, you know, the gold advantage doesn't feel as significant. With Diablo now on 4 items to shield bow, until Pays' GA is back off cooldown, it kind of feels like he's on 4.5.
Yeah, kind of feels like it. Raptor going to be taking a crab here in this river, as so far the Rebel Baron power play is sitting at about 1,000. That has only been able to equalize the gold between these two teams. There is 100 gold in it. It's kind of insane how close this one is after the absolute decimation of game number 1.
Yeah, you know, game 1, very clean, very surprising based on what happened with T1 yesterday. We're expecting some shenanigans, and this game was delivered.
Yeah, the circus is back in show. We have returned to the tent, ladies and gentlemen. It was certainly business as usual. Maybe we were in the office for game 1, and we're back in the tent for game 2. As this inner turret will be taken out, as the Lucent Singularity does not find much because the light binding missed. And now Ona is going to be vault breaking backwards, avoiding B&K as best they can. 1,700 is the lead, but B&K have only been able to take that inner turret on the bottom side of the map. I believe the inner had already gone down earlier on the top side. And so not a massive amount of value from this Baron. It's this Drake that's coming up in 25 seconds that maybe they need to be a little bit aware of. They have so much vision in the area as now Clear could be in trouble. Faker is moving over and the Vault Break is going to be there. That teleport, a very weird decision for Clear to make as he does look to try and push Ona away. Gets the all out as now Pays is going to show up. Empress Device sweeps him under the rug. And that is going to be a dead Cassante for a minute's time. And Raptor actually walked all the way up here to try and defend. The rest of B&K also doing so.
Yeah. Not able to threaten the Dragon on the other side of the map right now. T1 continuing to push here. Ona, though, doesn't want to face check.
A little bit dangerous as he does try to Vault Break away. Still, he gets a big old shield, but now Diablo getting hit by basically everything and the kitchen sink as Raptor goes down to the GA. The equalizer is going to burn the Yunara to a crisp as Raptor cannot do anything, and it was just fighting a losing battle here for B&K.
And just like that, suddenly T1 might be looking towards an end. Daystar is up and available, but if he ends up getting caught out, goes down, if the binding hits, T1 will just push to finish.
Yeah, 10 seconds on Clear here before he is back up and available as Daystar. Let's see what he can do here. He dashes on forward into the Shroud now as well. He blows up Pays! He will trade himself for it, but that is so much of the damage here onto these structures removed, and that may have saved the game for B&K.
That was enough from Daystar. Finds the play, shuts down the T1 AD carry, and is able to keep the game alive. I do think Dragon might be handed over here to T1, but you know, this play here, Ona disengaging, and then this binding from Keria. The timing has just been impeccable. Doesn't save his jungler, but we see Pays trying to put a ton of damage in Diablo, but he's saved by the shield bow, but then Doran comes in and just cleans him up. We see the trap catching Raptor, even though he goes invulnerable, so he doesn't die to it, he will go down after. And then here, this Akali still just so much of a threat. With no GA, no summoners, Paige just gets exploded in a second.
And we're seeing in live as well that the Dragon is going to get sort of brute forced. Keria looking to try and at least be a nuisance in the area, but without Pays, T1 were not able to stick around. They did get there first, but BNK bully them away.
We saw Faker TPing into mid lane. I expect to try and lean towards the Dragon and secure it, but BNK FearX able to force their way in and take it. Both teams on soul point. I do think
a lot of Ocean Drakes.
Yeah, I do think BNK FearX.
Oh dear. Well, Clear is going to find Faker here. He all outs to avoid the Emperor's Divide. They trade ultis. There's one thing, I think I was a little bit rude to Clear. If you just press your teleport and get interrupted, do you still get the big old shield from the quest? Or do you have to actually have teleported somewhere in order to get the shield? Because I didn't see the shield, but he took a bajillion damage.
I don't think he got the shield.
Alright, so it was just a little bit of a silly
But you know what, I'm not 100% certain, but it's because he had the Kainic Ruking shield, but I don't think he got like the big...
Yeah, because that shield is hefty, right?
Yeah.
So I think I probably would have seen it, but if that was his attempted maneuver, then that would have worked.
Yeah, because that would have made more sense. Obviously, into a Vi, you're never gonna...
No, exactly.
Like, Oda didn't even need to ult, but he had it.
Yeah, he just broke the vault, as it turns out. Clear very close to level 20 as well. Might actually have that on this wave, as Nevermind sharing the XP means that he does not.
Okay, Rabadon's in for Faker, and honestly, Faker's... I mean, he is behind in gold 1,600, but considering he's down 8 kills, and he's even in items, he has actually got a good amount of gold in the pocket.
He's also full glass cannon, so he does so much damage.
Yes.
Even if he does die pretty quickly if they ever do get on top of him. Flanking teleport to come through from Daystar, though, as Doran also looking to rotate over immediately, trying to join the rest of his team. As T1 set up in the mid lane, Light Binding goes wide as BNK moving over towards the freshly spawned Baron. Daystar flashes in, they get on top of Pays! Can they blow him up? They take him down to the GA! But there goes the Akali first off! And there's the Cassante going down as well. Pays might actually die as Raptor. He's able to pick up that kill, but Faker is still standing. And we mentioned how much damage he can do. Kellen and Raptor by themselves cannot do enough. And T1 are now closing in on the base.
That's the thing, even though Faker struggled in this game, he's so fed now. He is a second carry, and Pays buys enough time with the J, with the summoners. Faker comes up to clean up. The Neferi owner is looking for that Lulu.
There it is.
With that, even still down in kills, but T1 will find their second 2-0 of the weekend.
And this time was not the same as game number 1, but still another 2-0 here for T1 in their home ground. As we'll see whether it's once again going to be Keria that picks up another Inspire POM, or whether it's maybe someone else this time. As just all in all, some pretty brilliant performances here by a lot of the T1 players. I think Owner and Keria are probably doing battle for this one, although Pays had a pretty good day too.
Yeah, I think Keria played pretty phenomenally both games.
Yeah,
the Luxie had some phenomenal reads on the bindings, and it just feels like sometimes we have these narratives and it's like, oh, is it just a coincidence? It really feels like he's empowered by the entire
yeah.
He's been in insane form over this weekend. And I'm glad this second match, because I think after the first one, I was like, oh, is this just going to be a blowout? BNK FearX definitely showed up, put up some competition. This second match was close. T1 still ended up going 4-0 for the weekend in total. But I hope for BNK FearX fans, they can say, hey, if we play like this more consistently, we'll have a better round 2, maybe even have a decent matchup when they go up against D+ as the last match of round 1. Show improvement, I think, in that game 2 at least, but T1 just feel unbeatable in this arena.
They really are, and this man right here on your screen is certainly the prime example of that. His Alistair performance game number 1 was pretty incredible. But his game number 2 was not half bad either. Some of those flashlight bindings were just extraordinary.
You know, I feel like just the bindings he was finding, like when Neferi flies in, and it seems so casual the way he throws the binding and catches it. You know, it locks in, like, he only died twice.
Yeah.
When you think about the threats...
When I play Lux, it's double digits in the middle every time, and I'm proud of it.
There was a 10+ kill Akali on the enemy team.
How was that not 10 kills on the Lux?
You know, I looked at the scoreboard and I was like, how is it only 2 deaths? That's insane. But the 2v2 from T1, big talking point this game. Carrier and Paze doing so much work on this Caitlyn Lux. And Diablo Kellen's struggling. I do think later in the game they started to come back into it, but there were some problems there. And yeah, some great bindings to set up these fights from T1. But BNK FairX definitely doing...
oh my God!
Crazy.
Yeah, so the Carrier highlight reel is now upon us.
Yeah.
That wild growth from Kellen was also pretty amazing, as Daystar having a day out on the Akali despite the result of this game.
Yeah, he had a great game. Honestly, I think Daystar, just overall best performer on BNK FairX. Obviously, game 1 was a bit of a washout, but still, he had some moments in the Aurelion Soul, finding some picks on a Faker.
Yep.
But just unfortunately not enough.
Did you see that one headshot under Diablo that did half of his health bar?
Yeah, and then the shield bow gets procced, and he's just like, okay, and then Goran turns up and just nukes him.
아래.
All right, having a listen to T1 in these final moments, is this was a decent teleport in from Daystar, but T1 just put the phalanx together and are able to fight front to back.
And Paze is positioning so aggressively here, but Jay has Suns. They punish him for it, but everyone else is doing so much damage while they're waiting for him to respawn.
Yeah, this is the problem. You've got a Rumble and an Azir.
Yeah, I mean, Faker's damage at the end there was actually insane. He kind of just nuked Diablo there, able to burst through him. We saw him completing the Rabadon, so it makes sense, but he kind of just didn't have the most active game, being punished by the Akali. And
look at Paze, by the way, on the player cam. He's like putting his jacket back on, having a giggle about how the game went. Oh, man. Very, very cute. Kind of just knows that this one is done and dusted, and indeed it was. He did a massive amount of damage in this one, but certainly it was a little bit of a return to the circus rather than game number 1, as BNK, as you can see there, got up to a pretty decent lead in the mid-game, and then it was just stolen on back by T1.
Yeah, I mean, this was a crazy one. Still was a kill lead for BNK FairX in the end, and this was sort of delivering for the fans, I feel. I think if you turned up today into the arena and it was just 2 stomps, you could still enjoy it. It was good, and no surprise, I think, for Carrier. The Alistair game was putting on a clinic, especially into a matchup where you're playing into 2 range champions and trying to harass you out. He just set up so many plays. And the Lux, those bindings were heat-seeking.
Yeah, he was so incredibly good. It wasn't even necessarily that he was hitting bindings. He was hitting them on multiple people in like almost every big team fight in that game.
And was playing crazy. Like Akali and Neferi, such unpredictable champs, so hard to connect on them.
Yep, just kind of ridiculous, as I think we will have the interview set up pretty soon. I don't know whether it's quite ready just yet, but oh, it is actually ready right now. So let's throw it on over back to the Inspire Arena.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. At the LCK Roadshow, T1 home ground, we are joined by Carrier on the side of T1. Congratulations! Thank you. Carrier, with that victory, you just secured your 3rd straight win in the regular season. How do you feel? Our regular season performance has been quite up and down. I think today, though, our performance was quite solid. And this is our first winning streak for the season, so I want to make sure to keep it going and work even harder. And Carrier, yesterday you said Inspire Arena just feels right for you, that it's a great match for you. And just at the home ground matches alone, you got your 4th POM in a row. So when did you sense that the POM was coming today? When I got it yesterday, I just had faith that I would be able to get another POM today. And I think it's really all thanks to all of my fans. And I think, yeah, Inspire is really for me. Every time I struggle playing, I feel like I should just pay a visit here. Let's talk about the game. And In game 1, FearX went with Ezreal Nico bot and pulled out the Yorick top against Jace with the intention to play through lane pressure. So how did T1 respond to that strategy? I think FearX has a lot of players that are really good at laning, and they definitely focus their gameplay around the early to mid game. So I think we tried to focus around that to deny that. And for Alistar, I think that's just something that I wanted to play with the intention to play out the early game well and just wait for that exchange. And yeah, when we first got that first kill, that's where I thought the game was already over. I think my Alistar game just went really smooth. As long as I played well, it was impossible to lose. And yesterday was a bloody battle that became the longest LCK game of the season, but you guys speedran game 1 in just 23 minutes. So what did you focus on against FearX? We definitely prepared a lot against FearX. I really wanted to make sure yesterday that we wanted to make sure that we entertain our fans. So I think that's why I ended up being so lengthy. But since today is a Sunday, I think it's really more important to send our fans home sooner. And in game 2, T1 brought out the Caitlyn Lux combo, and this was a response to the enemy's Yunara Lulu, and it was giving a "we're winning lane" statement. So what was the lane matchup you had in mind? And every time we play Caitlyn Lux, we're quite confident, and we have the faith that it's just going to go well. And our laning phase definitely went well. And I honestly really wanted for it to snowball, but and I was hoping that it would go similarly to game 1, but obviously it was quite difficult compared to it. And FearX's resilience really showed up, but in every team fight, your playmaking was absolute insanity. So were there any plays that made you think, wow, I did amazing? Actually, that double bind in the mid inner turret, it was the enemy bot duo that I got binded, and I think I got a little too excited, and I think I kind of forgot to call that, and it just didn't really translate into a better team fight than I thought. And since you have mentioned that T1 home ground always leaves a great memory with your fans, especially, and with all the support today, you must be feeling even more energized. So any message to your fans? I really wanted to win today for our fans, so I'm just really glad that I was able to pull that off. And I guess I want to make sure that we extend our winning streak and continue displaying excellence. We'll do our best to perform well. Once again, please give it up for Keria. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that awesome translation. As always, great to hear from Eunbin and, of course, Keria there on the stage. Very deserved POM after the crazy flashy plays he had and all the great moments he had in the games where he was doing a great job carrying. My boy Daystar tried in game number 2, but unfortunately he got outplayed by my other boy, Keria. So, it is what it is.
You have so many
good.
boys.
No, it's just those. It's just those two.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, it's such a blessing to see Keria outperforming once again with his unique pick, and also I think, I enjoyed that interview like so much, like him giggling about and joking about like how they perform. But in fact, yes, I think they performed so much better than yesterday, and I think it was much more clear that he's gonna get POM for today.
Just watching Keria play and then like his spacing level, I am imagining like what if Keria played ADC? like his spacing is crazy, and his playing style with the initiating was crazy too. So like I'm really curious and just imagining right now.
Yeah, not only about his skill shot, I think he meant about like his spacing skills around the team fight, him like zoning out and like kind of baits out the enemy team to come in for him, but he always has flash and he knows the like exact limit how much more he can like walk in, and I think that always kind of baits enemy team out, so you can have such a free fight, not only because of him really great on his skill shot, but also on his positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. It does come down to his really deep knowledge of the game, as we're going to take a look at the 13 out of 13. Not a big surprise here.
Justice for support! Yes! I'm so happy for Carrier.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's really hard to get the support POM, but Carrier and Delight these days, they're getting a lot of votes.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I feel like also Ox started the whole Justice for Supports thing because Carrier is the only one that consistently gets so many votes, and like all these other guys are also playing well. But this is the reason why Carrier always gets these votes, is because he's so flashy. He makes these crazy plays. He kind of like bends your mind with some of the things he does. So I guess the other guys just have to follow in his footsteps in that manner. We should take a look at the comments now.
Yeah, I mean, he literally just carried, you know?
Oh!
Yeah, he just did his thing.
Yeah.
He did his thing. I mean, in the game one, even though it was kind of rough matchup in the earlier phase, he managed to win that 2v2 on the bottom lane with the Alistar. And also, in the second game, I don't need to talk about it much more. Like, we're going to have some highlights, you know, soon.
Yeah, true. I think Carrier really played well, and I agree with you that you're saying Carrier, and then like Carrier snapped Daystar's dream.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was solo killing Faker.
Yes.
And he was 6-0 at some point.
He was dribbling everything, and then he was playing well. But at the team fight, the bind is coming, Owner was marking, and then Carrier was like finishing with the Caitlyn W. Like, Daystar, I will say, he played quite perfectly. And then Carrier is like, snapped it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. Like, if not for some of those guys, including Carrier on the side of T1, that were able to stop the carry of Daystar, I think this could have been going into game number 3. The Inspire Arena buff is way too powerful. Definitely true. That is now 4 times in a row that he has picked up POM, and this time with 13 out of 13 votes. Doesn't feel like anyone else really was in the discussion for this one, as if Worlds is held at Inspire, it feels like something big is about to happen. Like,
still only to talk about Worlds though. Yeah, I mean, Worlds is T1, T1 is Worlds, but I think it's good to have them back on form in the regular split. I mean, I think it's also like good part of the home ground thing. I think T1 right now once again like bounce back with the like home stage, and yeah, it's just the beginning of the storyline.
A supporter who plays way beyond the role, and we were already discussing maybe he could play other roles really well, but it does feel like, you know, regardless of where Carrier is, as long as he's on your team, he will end up carrying, even from the support role. So, does make sense for Cloud Templar as the greatest supporter of all time.
I agree.
I think so.
Yeah, I agree.
I think at this point, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Not just because of this game that just happened, but like,
yeah,
I think so.
I think so too.
The mechanically, and then some like, you know, macros, I think Carrier is. He is.
He is wielding, looks like kind of like Poppy's hammer there, or Jace's hammer. Not 100% sure. But
he's on punishment.
Yeah, he will.
I mean, I told you,
I guess I could be the trouble in there.
Yeah, he was considering some other votes here, but I told him, I'm not sure about that, bro. You gotta vote for Carrier. I mean, I was kind of forcing him, you know.
I mean, I knew that Carrier is gonna get the POM no matter what.
Yeah, you kind of wanted to shout out.
Yeah, but I wanted to shout out the Onan a little bit about the winning the game, but his game 2 was quite crazy. So sorry, Owner, but I had to go to Carrier.
Even our jungle mastermind here, had to go for Carrier. Not even a jungle vote for him. Let's take a look at the standings now after this victory from T1. It is another 2-0, and it's, it was a little bit difficult there in game number 2, but they got across the line, and their home ground is in a big success at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, I think T1 now slowly getting back on form. and it seems like they also kind of figured out what their strong point is, which is like just play through the bot side. I think there were many times where like T1 tries to figure out like what side they want to play around. I mean, they try to like let Keria roam around and like play the map widely, but I think it's kind of clear right now that T1 is now having a clear winning plan through the bot side. I think also we didn't mention about the pace today, but I think his game 1 Jin and also the second game Caitlyn was really impactful. I think all around the game point, like he was the main carry. And for BNK right now, yeah, I don't know. Like Omti, maybe you can give some advice because you have your boy in that team, you know? So, but I'm not sure. Right now, they're definitely struggling around every single point.
Yeah, I do feel like that FearX was playing well at the last match, and then but this match feels like they're much more struggling, and then they're at the 7th with the 2-6. So I do believe FearX still can play well. So they have to find some reason that why did they like got screwed up at the level 2 and 3 skirmishes, and especially at the Dragon, why are we being so greedy or kind of something? I think they have to figure it out what's the actual problem is.
I mean, a little concern on T1 side still though. Like Faker, he was definitely struggling yesterday, but also today he didn't really manage to play the matchup correctly. I think especially around like Azir Akali matchup. I think I've seen like Chobi talking about the new build about like Akali, because like you cannot really build the Nashor Thus because you can't really auto attack. But I think yeah, I mean, when Faker is not playing good, other players can step up and help him out, and I think there are so many times when other players couldn't perform well. Faker saved the team, so I think it's good to have like everyone like involving in the game right now. So we just need more time for him to like get back into the track.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like T1 on any given day, any player can carry, and today it was Keria essentially with the 13 out of 13, as we do have mic check for some content during the break, and we also have Nomshim Red Force up against Genji for our second match here at GZG Ballpark, so stay tuned, we'll be right back.
just when I lift my mic into the storm.
야 이거 애니파이크 리신으로 1레벨 뭐 미드 일자나 상대 칼보 같은 거 못 들어가냐? 그냥 만나면 풀킬 같은 거 막으면
한번 해보자.
1레벨 우리 칼부 거기 오른쪽 푸시에서 대기 타보는 거 어떤가? 얘네 애니 리신 마이크라 들어올 만도 할 것 같은데.
야 여기 한번 가보던가 그냥 만나면 그냥 전멸 켜받고 스탄 박으면 잡을 것 같은데?
난다. 다 와봐. 야, 보이면 찍는다.
나 이거 위에 닦으면서 할게.
몰라 실제로 내어볼게. 야
찍는다.
보자.
보자.
애니.
다 있네. 지성.
야 할만데? 다들 나긴 해.
보자.
파이크.
얘 노플 아닌가?
프리다.
일단 죽여.
노플이야 노플.
나이스.
와 이걸 3명 내 입방을 해?
그러게. 여기서 싸움 보는 건? 괜찮아, 좋아. 이거 좋아. 이거 싸워볼 만해. 야, 보면서 하자.
그쪽 봐줄게 우찬이 보는 거.
여기까지 괜찮은 듯? 리신 지금 안 갔다 온 거, 집 갔다. 리신 여기 있다.
저. 야, 짜고 잡았다.
나이스. 크다.
아, 좋았다. 아, 의식했는데.
이거 다 먼저 할 수 있으면 땅이나
각 없지, 다이브도 안 돼? 야, 이거 어때?
되긴 하는데.
일단 탑 다이브 맞아야 될 것 같은데?
3인이면 다 하면은
탑 여기 한번 빼고 있어봐. 나도 여기 못 지나가.
스킬 연기 2스킬 먼저.
해보자.
파이크 노플이야.
아, 나 돌아갈게. 일로 오면은 살 수 있게.
아, 스킬했다.
와, 승민아, 지렸고.
아, 괜찮아. 계속 이렇게 해야 되는데. 어쩔 수 없어.
이번에 우리 위에 아예 선턴인 것 같은데?
근데 상황 좋긴 해. 올릴 수 있으면.
나 천천히
야,
붙어볼게.
와봐.
천천히 붙어볼게. 얘 노플롱이긴 한데.
짜볼게.
제이스 노플이야.
빨리, 얘네 본다, 얘네 본다.
야 후이 여기 텔텔
나
야,
없는
타워
거야.
깨면서 할게, 위에.
다 노플이긴 해.
나 봐줘. 야, 맞춰놨어?
받을래.
아,
나 없는 거다.
박아야 될 듯?
나 없어요.
들어야 될 거야.
리신 궁 있어.
정면 뚫린 거 주해봐 고정이 형.
제이스 잡았고.
잘 살았어.
팔아봐.
그의 높을.
아, 좋았다, 우리. 바텀 나갔다.
근데 막 그렇게 손해는 아닌 것
너무
같아.
급해지지 말자.
야, 이거 직스 나오면 디테가 보자. 야, 직스 볼게.
그냥
야,
쫓아도 돼.
궁
강
쐈어.
쫓아도 될 것 같은데?
야, 궁 쐈어.
나 가볼게. 나 더 가볼게.
찌른다,
빼볼게.
문제야. 탑 찔러.
락해 오네. 좋았다.
노플.
잡았어.
내가 찍을게.
바로 갈 때 바텀 들고 맥도가 볼 수 있어?
그럴만.
일단 집
아니
가자.
나만 쳐봐. 그럼 나만
나머지
나갈게.
가고 칠게, 우리끼리.
집
중간
끊으면서
끊어보.
스킬 보는 게 최선일 것 같아.
시현아 나 가볼게. 야 하자. 볼게. 야 뚫었어. 얘들아 뚫었어.
뺄게.
집 가야 돼.
나가야 돼.
야 집 끊을 수 있어?
아니, 못 끊어. 일단 못 끊어. 야, 여기로 나 나갈 수 있는데.
나와볼게.
직스 없어, 형. 봐도 돼.
야, 얘 나간다.
걔 수은이야.
야,
네, 좀 빨린다. 얘들아,
야,
믿어봐.
야, 제이스.
나이스.
야 제이스.
시야 조심.
짜오 노공 아니야?
짜.
해볼게.
아니 높을.
나 미카엘 있고. 이거 제이스부터.
어들라 이거. 애니 높을.
야, 후이. 야, 후이 잡았대.
야 천천히.
야, 나 살려줘.
형 주주심.
빠지면서 와.
빼볼게.
위에 좋다.
야, 뒤에 파이크랑 다 있거든?
얘들아 장로 바로 생각해야 돼.
장로부터 쳐봐.
장로부터
나
쳐봐.
태어나면 뛰면 되니까 그냥 장로 쳐봐.
바로 가자.
바로 치자 또.
야, 이거 나 바론 스틸을 한번 해볼게. 야, 와드 해줘.
야 내공 맞춰서 스킬 보자.
야, 8,000. 7,000.
딜중기하자.
리신 읽고. 괜찮아.
딜중기할게.
걸렸어 일단.
얘 딜중이야. 나 천천히 쓸게.
야, 근데 그냥 집 들어가자.
야 지금 쓸게.
들어가야 돼.
야 신장 차고. 바로. 야 제가
집만 막아.
야, 탑 가보자.
라클. 얘들 라클 봐야 돼.
야 근데 안돼. 일로 빼.
야, 계속 나 보라고.
계속 사이드 귀찮게 하자. 얘는 인원 맵은 이상하게 하게 만들어야 돼.
뭉쳐있기만 하면 일단 전혀 문제 없고. 그
미드
다시랑
바텀.
같이 말자고.
미드 바텀 쓰자 지금.
야, 바텀 나가자. 야, 리신. 얘들 리신.
궁 천천히 써봐. 리신 집 끊게. 집만 끄면 돼.
잡을만해. 그냥 길게.
내가 뒤 잡을 테니까.
얼마지 않아?
아, 죽을만 또 하겠다. 야, 죽었다. 야, 와볼래? 나 방어 없어요.
불만? 에어본데.
탑 밀렸다 이제.
내가 가볼게.
리신 잡았어.
집 갈게.
나궁 25초.
나왔어.
야 얘네 미드 탑이
나
탑에 있는
라클
건데.
해주면 안 되냐, 형?
나 락 해볼게.
왜 왔다?
잡았어. 얘들아, 제이 잡았어.
아유. 나 미카엘 있어.
나 집스 밀어줄게.
타워 쳐줘.
나 애니 밀어줄게.
타워 쳐줘.
애니 밀어내자.
타워 치자. 살려볼게.
와 잘했다.
야 파이크 다음에
안 돼? 아 너무 아깝다. 소리 너무 많이 나.
재산으로 했다.
아 오케이 힘드네. 레전드. 아 짝골 먹다 죽은 게 좀. 그거 콜 좀 세게 해줄 걸 그랬나 더? 알고 있었어. 아 대충 알고 있었는데 죽었네.
KT로서 5연승입니다. 현 메타에서 그리고 특히 LCK에서 정말 나오기 힘든 게임이었다고 생각해요. KT가 계속 올라갑니다.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
To go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
용심 파이팅!
나한테 아니 나한테 줘서. 젠지 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It's the final series of the week, and we have saved one of the better ones until last. It's Genji are taking on Nongshim Red Force, and this is kind of a fun one. It's the first time these two teams have matched up in about 8 months here in the LCK, which is kind of crazy. And it's also the first time Scout and Chovy have ever faced off.
Wow. Both of those things
seem wrong, right?
Yeah. You would assume that they would have faced off before, but crazy.
Yeah.
And the 8-month thing also seems insane, but the Legend Rise split didn't meet in playoffs, didn't meet in the LCK Cup. So yeah, it's one that you think about and you're like, yeah, you know, it makes sense that it could be true, but it feels wrong.
It does. Let's have a look at the standings here, because these two are pretty close by one another. As we can see, Nongshim in 6th place, but still sitting on a 4-3 record, exactly the same as Genji. Genji can match T1 with a 2-0 here tonight and tie for 3rd place. If they drop a game, they can tie with DK. Otherwise, they can fall below Nongshim.
The thing is, we had 4 teams of 4-3. Both T1 and D+ are on win streaks and have pushed up to that 5-3. So I feel like whichever team on a Nongshim Genji wins in this match, it'll allow you to slingshot ahead.
Yeah.
Kind of leave that other team in the dust. The breakaway kind of developing from that 4-way tie that we had. I remember, you know, 6th place, although they will be able to go to Road to MSI, they won't be in the Legend group. And, you know, we still have a good amount of matches left, but if these teams start to gain momentum, you might slip away sooner than you think.
And this is kind of crazy that they've never faced off against each other. Two players who have never crossed paths at internationals, and I've got the stats right here in front of me. Scout has made Worlds every year except for 2019, 2020, and 2025, and Chovy has qualified for Worlds every year since 2019. But they've never met in any Worlds bracket thus far. And Scout's never been to MSI. So
that's just, it's
isn't
insane.
It just ridiculous?
Yeah.
I feel like there's something wrong here. I'm like reading it in front of me right now, and I'm like, nah, there's no way.
I think back to a lot of situations, and I think of times when, you know, they've been, you know, you remember the DRX run? They were both taken out by DRX. So
And same
Didn't
with
get the
T1
place.
as well.
They got Philly, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. No, never mind. T1 took out Scout in 2023. But then didn't have to worry about Gen G at the time. So it's just kind of nutty how these things shake out, as we will be getting that matchup for the very first time. It's something, you know, that Canyon has done before, of course. The 2021 World Final that D plus Kia were favorites in. Unable to take down EDG with Scout at the helm, picking up MVP for that particular best of 5, which was down to the wire. And so, see whether he can find some revenge against him meeting up for the next time. And we'll see where the trophy's going to be there as well. As, of course, Gen G, a bit of a slow start this season. We've mentioned it many, many times, but over the last few years, Gen G have never lost this much at the beginning of a season.
Yeah, I mean, that position they're in right now is just unprecedented for this recent era of Gen G, who've just been so domestically dominant and now having to struggle, having to fight their way up. And I mean, one of the concerns is if they do find their stride again and just start climbing up the standings super quickly, that leaves the other teams competing with them right now, like Nongshim, potentially in the dust. But I feel like all the time we keep thinking, okay, this is probably going to be it. This is probably the moment they turn it back on. They beat T1 very convincingly, and the next series looked like they kind of slumped back to the position they'd been in for the rest of the regular season. It's just not the level of play that we'd seen
Trophy's
from the LCK Cup.
Passed out on some stairs with ramen in hand. Wow, that feels like playing for the other team when it's Nongshim over the other side. As Kingen looking pretty dapper in that jacket, I'm not going to lie. Some of the Nongshim outfits looking pretty nice. As Keen as well, looking pretty smart in his at the same time. I have to say, though, it is quite warm in here, and they look like quite thick jackets. So,
well, I'm sure they'll take them off if they get too warm.
I hope so.
I think on the stage it does end up being cooler, though, just from how the aircon funnels in.
Ah, that's true. We are up higher, and they do say that hot air rises. And so perhaps we're just in the hotter area.
And we also do emit a lot of hot air when we're yapping.
That is what we do. There have been recent complaints to the amount of yapping that we have done, but I do try to take those in stride. Any feedback is, of course, welcome, as we actually have another picture of the trophy with ramen on our screen right here. It's hilarious. It says at the bottom, POV, I fell but saved my ramen. Cute, really cute. There is another fun streak that is up for grabs here by Nongshim. Do you want to know the fun streak? It's fun if you're a Gen G fan.
Oh.
Ever since Nongshim and Gen G have been in the LCK together,
okay,
Nongshim has not beaten them.
Well, at all.
At all.
Oh.
Since 2021, it is Gen G the entire way. There was a best of 5 that went to 5 games, and that was where they got 66% of their game wins.
That was LCK Cup last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, something I will say
Please
is if there's a time to beat Gen G,
it's any time that you're facing off against Gen G, I'd say.
Well, I'd say specifically when they're not looking to be in their normal form, this might be as good a time as any to get that first win. And also, that is a long streak.
It is a lot of games.
Nongshim might be a little bit...
Do you want to know the scoreline?
Might be a little bit dual win.
It's 22-0 in matches.
Oh my god, if they win, they can say nobody beats Nongshim 23 times in a row.
You could say that. I will allow it. They could also, like, really increase their game wins, even if they take one game. You know?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty impressive. But we'll go away. We'll leave that to the statisticians, as we do see Ezreal and Varus taken away here by Nongshim, and the Rumble is going to be denied to Kingen. I think Rumble should be a permaban against both of these top laners. Absolutely. And that will, of course, be the case. Okay, Gen G have also chosen second pick. So it is just regular blue side, which is very, very fun.
Yep, so some of the picks that are still available that are pretty high prio, Pantheon, Jarvan, a little bit of Bard maybe, and Orianna, I think are the 4 that could maybe see bans here. And what will be left open is the question.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued as to what this final ban for Nongshim is going to be. I think it might show us what they want to head towards as far as the first pick, and the Pantheon will be taken off the board. I think an Orianna ban would be a good idea. Maybe Canyon's going to be reminding Chovy that that would be a good takeaway.
Yeah, it could be an Orianna ban, and then maybe the Jarvan Prio is there for Nongshim, and they end up picking that up. Obviously, a pick that has a lot of power, a lot of gank ability, but also just if you're playing into an immobile carries a lot of threat. And Ezreal being banned, I think, is a pretty big positive if you are leaning toward that.
So first pick, Azir.
Okay, I mean, a bit of a classic for Scout, so
yeah,
but into the priority towards the mid lane.
We did see Faker have a really good late game on the champion, but he did get solo killed multiple times by Daystar's Akali, and Chovy very recently pulled out the Akali. See whether he is going to head that direction once again. Obviously, you could just take Jarvan now or Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao Lulu would be a decent rotation. Bard is up and available. They're going to lock that one in. Oh no, it's Jhin Bard, isn't it? And,
maybe later.
It's Jarvan first.
Jarvan Bard for now. Obviously, Azir pretty decent at dealing with Jarvan in terms of being able to stay safe at a distance and you have your mobility, but Bard as well does provide a lot of threat, and I think you definitely want a more mobile AD carry. Obviously, you're gated by your ult on Yunara to really get the mobility, but still has the chance to dash out of the Cataclysm or the Tempered Fate. Nautilus coming in. I'm not a huge fan of Nautilus into Jarvan. I know we had that Spider-Man situation from Duro a while back, but usually I think the terrain makes things a little bit difficult, and it is just going to be played into Jhin Bard. That being said, Bard has a massive hitbox, so
that's true.
All that hair is very fluffy.
He is a bit fluffy.
And you're just able to... I mean, the hitbox on Nautilus is Dredgeline, plus the hitbox on Bard is a pretty dangerous combination. So we'll have some threat in the all-in.
I do think it's strange that Gen G decided not to counterpick the Azir. I do understand locking in your bottom lane. It's a lot of power. And getting the Jarvan is obviously a huge deal. Definitely the highest priority, especially given the fact that you now get to do a couple of extra bans. But I imagine an Akali ban is going to come on through here, and then anything else that Scout doesn't want to play into.
Yeah, I wonder how much you're going to focus on like specific counters, because there's obviously LeBlanc, which they are going to ban. There's LeBlanc, there's Akali, there's Yone. Those are like the big counters to Azir. And with them banning LeBlanc, we expect the Akali to be the second ban, so it seems like they are going full in on limiting the counters available for Chovy there. Whereas on the other side, Gen G just banning away some more jungle picks. The Poppy, something that can do a lot of work at shutting down not only the Jarvan, but also the Bard. If you're going to go for the Magical Journey, he just gets smashed into the wall and have a bad time.
Not to mention the fact that if they want to play Akali, banning Poppy is a really good idea. And so now, hopefully, Nongshim do just ban the Akali. We are ticking down the timer. And 1, 2, 3, it's Aurora instead.
Oh, I mean, Chovy's great on Aurora. And it's definitely a pick that you're going to have a bit more prior than Akali would, but I feel like the Akali is a looming threat. We'll see if they go towards it. You know, maybe they don't.
I do think that it's a bit of a no-brainer here, and then you give counterpick over to Keen.
Yeah.
A little bit of a scary situation here for Nongshim, but Chovy might not opt into it. Apparently he's been playing way too much Anivia. As the Annie is going to be the choice instead.
I mean, not specifically a counter to Azir, but good at shutting down a Yunara, especially one who doesn't have the protection we often see with the Lulu. There's a lot of threats already.
Oh, I've got it. Carry. I know what this is. So they're protecting against the blind Gnar, because then you get to flex Annie top lane, as Looper taught us in the LPL in 2015.
There you go.
Perfect counterpick. Well, actually, no, it was... yeah, he lost on it twice, but that's fine. Jace is going to be the lock-in here.
So do we get Yorick or do we get a tank, is the question.
Yorick or Sion? I would hate Sion here. I feel like Gen G would then have 0 damage.
Yeah.
I think Yorick would be fine.
Makes more sense.
Sion would be exactly what Gen G would pick in this scenario, and I dislike it immensely.
It feels like a very low damage composition, as you were saying. You know, it's very bursty, very front-loaded, but the DPS is just kind of lacking. You know, Annie drops a rotation, and then it's kind of waiting for cooldowns, and Jhin you know, he's trying to catch his bullets. He's struggling to reload. There's no like mega tank on the side of Nongshim. No tank really, other than like the Nautilus is still going to be very squishy for a support. But it just feels like if you put all your damage into one target, there is multiple threats on this Nongshim composition that can still be a problem. So I think Gen G, hoping to get ahead in this game. I think if you fall behind, that's when you're going to feel the lack of damage. That's when it's going to be more relevant. If you're ahead, then it doesn't really matter. Even a Scion will do enough damage if the team is ahead as a whole.
Yeah, it's a very good point. But there is an Azir that scales beautifully. The Yunara, very similar story. I think as this game goes on, Nongshim are going to be happier and happier with how this composition looks. So I think Gen G, like you say, a little bit of a timer is going to be there. But we have complained about Gen G drafts that look like this so many times. It's like half of our career these days. And, you know, they went 29-0, you know, like Gen G have had a pretty good time in the past, even though they do draft like this. Let's get onto the Rift, see what happens in game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the first game of our final series of the week. Already, Nongshim out and about trying to get information, and we'll be able to find Chovy there, spotting out Canyon here with this Raptor ward as well. And Ruler and Duro understanding that they have a little bit of leeway to get into this bottom lane. Taeun and Lehens a little bit slower on the approach, and I expect that this lane, Orcs, and this is going to be an outrageous statement,
hit me with it,
should be in favor of the Jhin Bard. What do you think?
That's a insightful assertion.
Thank you.
Something I will say is that Lehens has gone Ignite.
Oh, that is pretty cool. He's going to immediately use it as Ruler taken down to about 50%. Taeun with the barrier is going to be there. They attempted the level 1 all-in. Doesn't quite work, although they do win the health trade.
Yeah, and the Ignite as well comes in early, which means the healing from the heal is reduced.
Yeah.
They're still looking for more. That Bard hitbox working against Duro there.
And it's a little bit of a battle for Ruler's friendship here as well.
That was close.
As, of course, Lehens used to be his lane partner on this very Gen G. But now it is Duro. Replaced him with a younger model. As it turns out, sometimes it happens. As Scout clears out the wave, Chovy pretty happy with where the CS is at the moment, as Canyon is pretending that Gen G are on the blue side. Wait, are we diving level 3?
It's risky. I think his Raptors got stolen, so he saw a window to match in terms of jungle camps. I don't think they'll go for a dive. I think they're too healthy right now.
So just more of a gank of the jungle rather than an actual gank of the bottom lane, which is indeed what is happening. Just going to head towards his Grump and continue his business.
Yeah, I think especially into a Nocturne. Obviously, Jarvan has more ganking power early, which is great if you can find them, find the angles, pull it off. But if he starts outpacing you in the jungle and gets to level 6 early, definitely not good. So Sponge obviously went for that Raptor steal, and Canyon just try to find an angle to answer it and keep things as even as possible.
Well, Ruler reloading for a few moments, but will avoid the Slurkle quite comfortably and heads over and drinks some cocoa. Canyon now going to be grabbing himself a crab here. And so it's all sort of business as usual at the moment. Jarvan is on a pretty good win streak at the moment. Big spread of players as well that have been playing this one. All of them on the upper side of our LCK bracket. As Chovy just harassing Scout out here. Yanni is having a pretty good time. Molten Shield usage fantastic there to avoid any sort of return damage. And so yeah, this is kind of what we were hoping from Gen G for them to be able to do here in this early game, given the fact that Nongshim's composition should be feeling better and better as the game goes on, despite the lack of tank. Obviously, Keen is still just going to be the only one getting tankier and tankier in this game, but I think with the incredible amount of damage that Nongshim will have available to themselves, things like Baron and stuff like that later on in the game should be something that they'll be much more capable of locking down, and especially being able to rush down without much of an opportunity for Gen G to do anything about it. Is Canyon just placing flags places?
Yeah, Duro's here to back him up, though.
Yeah, we'll be able to make it over. Magical Journey, and that's a flash out from Sponge. No wanting to risk it. As did, of course, have the spell shield, but there are a lot of things that can really be worrying here. As Kingin, very low on mana, but Keen's very low on health.
Yeah, it gets a bit of a chunk there, and obviously has the shield when needed if available, so he knew okay in this matchup. I think in that situation, if Sponge held the flash, you could see so many scenarios where he just ends up having to flash anyway and probably still dies.
Yeah.
The Annie TPing in, I think, was the real killer that sort of ensured, oh yeah, you have to flash out here. Coming in with that stun ready.
Yeah, Lehens spotted on a ward, will spot the ward himself though, as he clears that one out to help Sponge remain anonymous on this map.
Well, this early game has just been fighting over the Raptor camps, so...
Raptor camps are very important. Just talk to Raptor, who is making his way home from the Inspire Arena right now.
Yep. There's so far not a ton of action, and honestly, the bot lane of Taeyun and Lehens holding up pretty well. We saw that early trade for them, Sums are back up and available now, but doing good in terms of the farm department, so the pressure not really able to be leveraged here by Ruler and Duro. I think a factor is, you know, as much as you might have the harass and poke, you have to be so wary of this Nautilus. The overstep at the wrong time is just death.
Oh, there's a bear.
Ah, yes, the classic level 6 Annie trade.
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating.
Chovy did save Tibbers, though. Backed it off.
Yeah, he is the best at making sure that Tibbers stays alive. As Ruler, oh dear, Lehens separated from Taeyun here, does have to flash. As Canyon does not pull the trigger on the drag part of the flag and drag. Does, of course, flag, as we can see there.
You know, I'm not 100% certain he had to flash in that situation. He was very close to tower, and he had barrier still. And Lehens was about to be there with CC. You know, I guess in the moment, you just kind of use it defensively, and Kingin...
Chovy and a big bear are just going to kill Kingin.
Yeah, he's just gone. So nice gang setup from Chovy, good move over. But yeah, I think Taeyun, I mean, the flash was very preventative, but I think maybe could have saved it. Chovy there, though...
did not miss a beat, just kept skipping.
And definitely did need to use it, because if that fear comes through, you are just gonzo. So, does end up getting punished still?
Hold up.
The red buff aggro from the Nocturne Q ends up stopping his recall.
Yeah,
and Canyon's going to use this time to get Crab and the Dragon.
There we go, doing double duty there. Deadly Flourish connects on to Lehens, but he's not too worried. How did that dredge line miss? It was point blank. There's now Taeyun without flash having to contend with a Canyon that's moving on down. He is very, very dead. He wants to kill Lehens though, as Taeyun just walking the wrong direction. Ruler carrying a fair bit of the damage potential with him though, so that will leave Lehens alive. And look at this, Nautilus Go avoids every bullet as he's just in the head of Ruler. You know, he knew. So much time they spent together. Not going to be able to outplay him, as that's a good stun to deny Scout. He's engaged, but he will not be denied. He's just going to flash, and that is going to allow Sponge to pick up the kill onto the Annie. Nongshim are on the board.
Punishing that lack of flash from earlier when Sponge was able to pick it up, so I think a good first Nocturne gank with the ultimate. But we did see in the bot lane things going pretty heavily in favor of Genji. Top lane, I mean, this was just really simple, really straightforward. A walk up by the Annie. The Sounds had a follow-up. This play, though, going over aggressive when your Nocturne's on the top side has its risks. And the Hens try to force a play. I do think what's funny is the aftermath when Ruler ults. It's almost like his old teammate. You know, he's pointing the gun at him, but he won't look.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't make me do it.
Don't make me do it. Well, he didn't do it. As it turns out, we're not even going to watch that one again, as we have a look here in this mid lane. Just a paranoia. And it was a decent attempt to survive there from Chovy, but Scout still had the flash and didn't actually press the ultimate button when he did make his way in. We're having a look at what had happened towards this bottom side, and it looks like the result is not a whole lot.
There's a lot of setup coming in, though, from Duro. You saw him walking together with Chovy to get this vision established. And I feel like when you have a mid laner like Annie, and Chovy's been finding windows where you can move, and you have like vision dominance on the bot side of the map, it just makes it so hard to play. Whenever Chovy goes missing, you're immediately thinking, is he coming down here? Am I going to have a bear dropped on my head?
Yeah, where are the drop bears? It's something that us Australians are well and truly acquainted with.
Well, you see, it's the bottom of the map, which is also where it'd be on the world map.
Yep, see? It's perfect. Makes entire sense.
Even the bottom right of the map, which is perfect.
Yeah. I don't know why it's orientated that way. You know, theoretically, the world map can be orientated any way. Why is it that Australia is bottom right?
Well, I
every
assume
time?
in Australia, the
Well, I assume that Scout might have a little bit trouble surviving. He does manage to get the Emperor's Divide off as Canyon has to flash to get himself out of the way. Tempered Fate to try and keep him alive as Lahen's just sort of by himself getting on in here. There's the Paranoia to lock down the kill onto the Jarvan. Tibbers will be taken out as well as Sponge used all of the mana that he had available in order to get the damage down and get on out of there as Taeyun just with some spare time down in this bottom lane, trying to make up that deficit.
Yeah, this is a great trade, honestly, for Nongshim. The fact that Taeyun wasn't even there, he just gets to farm up in the bot lane and pick up a plate even. So managing to bridge that gap a little bit in terms of gold, and it's a kill trade. So fine for Nongshim. They're also going to be able to get the grubs on the back of that. Keeping this game pretty even so far.
Certainly keeping it interesting. Some grubs going on over as we check out this replay one more time. So Kobe just walked at it.
Scout just survives a little bit too long, manages to get the ult off, then the tether fear comes in onto Canyon, and even though he doesn't die because of the stasis, doesn't survive much longer, and Sponge is able to disengage. This is kind of another example of what we're talking about with Gen G's composition. Very front-loaded, burst-focused, and Sponge went in there and they just couldn't finish him off.
Yeah, just didn't do enough. And I think the Merc Tread's certainly a very good purchase at this point, but will not be helping into Ruler. We'll see whether Ruler can get some acceleration down. Speaking of acceleration, here comes the train towards the top side. Keen will just be parking it up there. And Canyon, speaking of damage, he does at least have item number 1. That will help the Jarvan burst just a little. But Sponge also with his another bear from the sky.
Yeah. Good trade back though, in fairness.
Oh, save Tibbers. Save Tibbers, Chubby. Save Tibbers. He wanted to deny the gold. That's what he was focused on.
Yep, let the tower kill it.
Still sad though.
Yeah. Dragon up in about a minute 40. Feels like the next big point to play for. Right now, both teams really playing heavily around the vision in this area.
Ooh, nice,
yeah, stun from Duro, but won't really amount to much.
Yeah, Ruler gets a bit of a follow-up, and you can barely notice it. As it's a Jin with not exactly very many items completed just yet. Looks like he's foregoing the Ghost Blade this time around, so a little bit more of a high damage build, you could say, as Keen not really going to be enjoying that trade into Keen.
Kind of seeing this Ghost Blade Rapid Fire Storm Razor build, which we have certain feelings on. But you can also just go Storm Razor, Rapid Fire, and then go into your IE or LDR, depending on the game. And I think get your spikes online a lot sooner.
Looks like that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, makes sense.
Cute little slingshot now done, as well as a cloak. And we'll be building that first item pretty soon. A little bit sad that he wasn't quite able to get that. It's a lot of components that he has sitting in his pocket.
There's not many people who have their first items. Kingen gets his Serpent's Fang, which you've seen a lot of Jace's build into Scion. Obviously, he shields all the time, so you get value there. But not the highest value first item for like team fights as a whole.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some shielding on the rest of the champions, to be fair, Jarvan and Annie. So not zero value. And the stat line for the lethality item of Serpent's Fang is pretty fine. But there's a lot of people who don't have the first item completed. Ruler was one we're talking about, doesn't have his done. Taeyun does have that Kraken Slayer. And then neither mid laners yet, so...
Keen just put his together, so he's at least able to answer what Kingen has purchased. And now he's walking down to the Dragon. And this is what Gen G have done in the past as well. They sack a lot of Keen's lane control in order to make sure that they can get objectives. As Scout, right on the edge of the queue, has to flash. As the train comes on through, not sure about that one from Sponge, who is immediately having to get himself out of there. Keen running amok in this fight as Ruler pulls the curtains. There's the Tempered Fate, as now, let's see whether Taeyun is actually going to go down, and the bullet will land. The fourth shot connects onto Lahen's this time as Canyon gets a decent knock-up, and Kingen tried to escape, but the flash from Ruler gets him the kill. And now Scout, I think he's ran out of buttons, although the Q doesn't connect from Keen. And the Meep slap comes on through. Really nice sidestep there from Scout to try and keep himself alive as Ruler is well and truly underneath the enemy turret. And Scout will live! And down will go Keen as well. Ruler almost punished, and in fact he is! And I think that was the Umbral Blades that was able to pick up the kill in the end. Finally, the Nocturne dies. But that could have been way, way worse for Nongshim.
I think Ruler not having that extra little bit of damage, you know, he ends up finishing the Storm Razor now, but that could have been the difference maker to that just being a massively winning play for Gen G. Still advantageous. Scout's already chunked, and then this connects on him. Flash burn, and we see Sponge go in, but it's just hard for him to stick in the fight. And remember, this isn't a Nocturne Lulu that we've seen before. You don't have the Wild Growth to buy you time immediately. We then get the Jin shot. This one comes in and just through two members of Nongshim, connects on Taeyu and takes him out.
Scout was getting so much DPS in this fight, though. You can see that's the reason why Chovy's health bar is so incredibly low, and how this managed to be so much closer for Nongshim in the end.
This was, well, they just went a little bit too far.
Yeah, it was an odd maneuver. Ruler has that fourth shot, but he just gets afraid. And actually, no, it was a Dustbringer that kills him.
Sponge a little bit upset he couldn't get more there, with Chovy being so low on HP. It's a lead for Gen G still, 2 Dragons in pocket, and it's a Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
Pretty high value, but definitely a bit of an overstep on the back end of that fight.
I would agree. Still, they need to have, you know, their foot on the gas to try and bring the tempo of this game as high as possible. But I mean, the gold advantage that they have is like 100. It's basically nothing. They're going to see whether they can kill King, and in fact, they can. You mentioned the front-loaded burst. Sometimes that equals the health bar of their target.
Yeah, I mean, Intra Jace, especially when it's the only target you need to kill, it works. And the magical journey into the Annie point-and-click CC, I find it funny that like Chovy rocket belted in as well.
Yeah.
He just, like, he didn't
The playability of this is low.
Yeah, just really guaranteeing that there's nothing King can do in that situation. Gets stunned, then stunned again into the wall, and just dies for it.
Well, Scout is at least going to be able to grab this turret towards the bottom side of the map, or at least get very, very close to it, as Tib is on 20 health there on the top side of the map. Chovy, come on. You got to, you know, treat him carefully. As finally, another minion wave does come in. There's the Paranoia on to this Annie, as well as Sponge. I think should be able to just kill him, and he does. That's a solo, as Lahens is now here to back him up as well. It is going to be a 2v2, but Canyon looks like he doesn't want it, as a magical journey will bring them on out of there, as the empowered recall from the Herald is going to get Duro out. And that might mean that Canyon has to give up his red buff as well.
With how that last big fight went, the overstep from Gen G has just put so much gold on a Sponge. He's 5-1. He has all of Nongshim's kills.
Every single one.
And the thing is with the Fed Nocturne is often we see, you know, Nocturnes who aren't necessarily super far ahead, and they'll be great at diving on targets as initiation, but they need backup. They need follow-up. They need someone else. At this point, we saw what Sponge did to Chovy. He's strong enough he can just dive at him 100 to 0.
He's actually just a torpedo at this point in time, and it's very, very scary. As you can see here, it's going to be on Sponge to get control of this game and allow Taeyeon and Scout the space to carry things later on. I do want to say that team fight around the Dragon that went a little bit weird with Scout being able to sort of kite them underneath their turret. Taeyeon dashed into 4 people on the Inara before he got tempered, faded, and died. So I'd like to see a little bit perhaps of more reserved play from him.
That's fair.
And then maybe things could get a little bit even better for Nongshim.
Yeah. Hopefully for
fingers crossed.
Nongshim's sake. They are heading gold right now and setting up this Dragon in a minute. We do see a lot of Gen G up to the top side of the map, maybe fishing for a pick, but no one's showing there yet. You can see Kingen not wanting to overexpose himself. It's just kind of hanging around in the jungle, does spot Canyon, so he knows it's a bad time if he goes up to that tower.
Yeah, Canyon will be able to take away the enemy Grump.
The question
like
is,
you were saying, just playing patiently here is this Jace. There's a Paranoia into the mid lane as the flash out from Ruler is trying to keep him alive, but it does not work. Sponge, as we mentioned before, torpedo.
I mean, I was just going to say, where is the counterpunch from Nongshim? You know that they're leading towards the top side of the map. What is the play you go for elsewhere to make up for that? And you know what? I think that was a pretty good play. Just go straight for a Rule in the mid lane. You get his flash as well. Unfortunately, you don't get the mid lane tower, but you do take him off the map. Now, the only problem with that play is that Ruler is going to be back up around when Dragon spawns.
Yeah, he won't be able to get there quite on time because they are you know, coming up at the same time, not in the same place. But
Yeah.
Rift Herald is going to be here.
It's also
Gen.G should still be able to wrestle some control.
It's also a Jin. Jin can join fights pretty late and be effective compared to other AD carries. So Keen is going to be on the forefront to try and push their way in.
He stood into 4 people and just not a whole lot happened to him. Finally, the train is going to come on out. Good buffer there from Lehens to deny the engage from Keen, but also get himself out of there as Canyon flag and dragged in. Didn't opt for the Cataclysm, and now Paranoia is back off cooldown. Sponge deadly once again as Canyon's wrapping around, wanting to get a flank angle off. Will get spotted as there's a dredge line. The Bear is going to be the answer as Tempered Fate is going to connect on top of the Jace as Sponge goes in. Emperor's Divide from Scout is gigantic, but no one actually dies. Cataclysm will get his flash immediately, and the curtains have been called from a very low health Jin on the other side of the map, but he's still safe enough and actually gets the deadly flourish kill onto Taeun. Kingen now I don't think is going to be enough as the 4th shot's the charm, and down goes the Jace. And Gen.G, sometimes they just make magic like this.
And Scout might still be in trouble.
He has been the man able to escape a lot of today.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the rest of his teammates not quite the same.
I think ultimately Sponge just not able to have enough backline threat here. So we see the fight starting out with a lot of focus on Lehens on the front line. He kind of just gets obliterated. We see Sponge diving in, and Scout's there to follow, but they don't manage to finish off the Jin. And Jin, more than any other AD carry, can just walk away, ult, and still contribute like he would if he was full HP. And Ruler also gets this great route here that secures the kill. So with still 5 members up of Gen.G, it ends up just going from bad to worse for Nongshim here.
Yeah. And when that curtain call came out, I kind of thought that maybe there was an angle for Kingen to just throw a shock blast at him and kill him.
Yeah.
But he was out of vision, and it was just a pretty ambitious place to go for it, and it absolutely paid off for Ruler. Now, building towards item number 3, already having his rapid fire cannon done as well as his Storm Razor. And this is turning into a pretty difficult game for Nongshim, despite the fact that Sponge was so incredibly fed. I mean, there is a lot of positives here for Nongshim in their composition. Haven't been quite able to make it work as, okay, here goes the torpedo once again, and out it will go.
Yeah.
It's more of just a knock on the door and then a run away.
I mean, they get the tower, but Gen.G are there to respond, to protect their AD carry this time, and it means that it's just an ult burnt by Sponge, not really achieving that much on the back of it. Now they're looking for Chovy. He knows there's no Nocturne ult to punish him.
Yeah, Duro is here though. There's the knock-up onto Lehens, who has to flash into the Baron Pit. There's a curtain call one more time as Lehens is trying to escape, and he just takes 3 bullets and dies. Down he will go. Keen is going to park the train just to deny any sort of follow-up from Nongshim. And Gen.G now with full control of the Baron area. I don't know whether they're going to go for that because they have, as we mentioned before, have a pretty slow Baron.
They're looking at tier 1 mid instead. Oh, they found Sponge.
Oh no, does spell shield a bit of it, but unfortunately there are a few too many buttons, and slowly but surely they are just going to try and kill him. Duro goes in, meat flap for the kill. Feels good.
So I wonder if that was intentional by Canyon, but it looked like the Cataclysm, because it was against the wall, made it like too big to flash over.
Ah.
I'm wondering if he did that, so Sponge had flash and he just ulted him, but it looked like maybe he made the distance a bit too long, because he waited until the Cataclysm cleared before flashing.
Maybe he was just a little bit too frightened of missing it.
I mean, that's the thing, if you miss it, then you're definitely cooked, but he was cooked regardless.
And the biggest problem is then Duro immediately follows you. Duro's sitting at 1-0-12, by the way, on this Bard.
Yeah, we saw the priority on the Bard from Gen.G, and it's obviously paying off here. This is when they try to go for the collapse onto Chovy, but all of Gen.G is there to respond, to defend. And the Jingle again, proving very useful.
Getting the flash out of Kingen with that Tempered Fate as well. Didn't even notice that the first time around, so even better for Gen.G.
So Dragon in 2 minutes, Baron is up beyond that time. So Gen.G, who've been doing a pretty good job of setting up their side waves, can look to use his Baron pressure to kind of secure Dragon very easily. If you're pushing up in the lanes, if you're sieging and just choking Nongshim out of the map, it's hard for him to contest the Dragon. One thing I will say though, is there is that threat of the Nocturne constantly. So, you know, talking about pushing up, trying to trap Nongshim on their side of the map, you always have to be cautious that Sponge could just jump.
Like this, for example. Okay, the bear is just going to kill Scout, though, who does set up a wall to stop Sponge from also dying, but that was not the paranoia that Gen G were worried about. That looks like paranoia on the other side.
It feels like, oh,
Kingen able to avoid that one, but not the knock-up from Keen. As, the Cosmic Binding from downtown, absolutely gorgeous. Canyon, with the help of the passive, going to be able to take down this Jace. And now Gen G should be able to push and grab 2 inner turrets at the same time, unless Taeyoon can defend. Does at least manage to deal with the wave. So it should just be only 1 inner turret for now. 30 seconds on this Dragon. That'll be Cloud Soul available for Gen G. They'll be booking it around this map, able to kind of get whatever the heck they want. That is Infinity Edge done. Ruler is sitting on the perfect 3 items. And yeah, it's all coming up Gen G.
For Chovy as well. Yeah, I feel like what Gen G have done so well this game is shadowing their laners. So like there, Keen was playing to the top lane, but Chovy was behind him. So when Nocturne goes in, the turnaround is available. There's been so many times this game, I feel like, where a member of Gen G looks exposed. And we saw the earlier play, it was Chovy who looked overextended, but the rest of Gen G were there to back him up. It's like they're leaving that player as bait and immediately punishing. Now as we go back to live, Lehen's dead.
Lehen's was he was the bait.
Yeah, he did get a ward onto the Dragon Pit, but it is gone. So with that, they do have blue trinkets. They could blue trinket, Nocturnal, and try and steal, but Sponge is dead if they go for this. So we'll see if they even opt to try.
Scout's already Emperor's divided as well.
Oh, they're going.
And in he goes. He gets it! Okay! Some bounty money comes through, and you can see Canyon, he respects it. Obviously, the Nocturne is extraordinarily dead. Ruler going to be able to grab that one. And the steal does save them from Cloud Soul.
And Canyon flashes the toast emoji. I'm not sure what I mean, but I love it. Yeah, so it's a great steal from Sponge, and they do a decent job of clearing up the waves. With the Baron gone now, this tier 2 might not be long for the world, but I think denying the soul is a win in enough itself. Does it drastically change the state of the game? No. But it's one less thing working against you right now, which is so important with how rough this game has been for Nongshim.
Yeah, and there is sort of light at the end of the tunnel, right? If we were talking about that that whole scaling thing that we were going with. Problem is that, like, Scout has got, like, you know, the cheapest first 2 items you can get in a stick. And he's staring down a dash cannon with Rabadon's already completed. So, man, that was right on the edge, that steal.
I think Canyon panicked a little bit and got an early smite. It was super close, though. But yeah, the coordination was there with the blue trinket into ult. Knew he would die for this, but figured it was worth the chance to steal it and got the reward of getting it. Taeyoon responds to the Tempered Fate.
It is, you know, Sponge sacrificing his life to deny the Cloud Soul, right? It's not like Nongshim are getting what Gen G would have got.
Yeah.
Like, just getting the 1 Drake is not really all that valuable.
It's delaying the bad news, but you're going to have to keep doing that again and again throughout this game.
Paranoia is on a lower cooldown than Dragon. So,
that's true.
Theoretically, he can just do it over and over again. Canyon, he's got his GA completed. Sponge still on the way to getting his, but he is relatively close. And we were talking before about the fact that Sponge was like 5-1. Well, now he's 5-4. And we haven't spoken about Kingen, who has had a very sad time on this case.
I mean, he's definitely been punished, but he's so far behind compared to Keen. Keen is just, in terms of gold, he's not that far behind, but in terms of value in the game, he is just not even close. Like, you have this 3-item Mega Scion who's an absolute beefcake, and then Kingen, I just feel like, you know, a bit of a strong breeze would hit him, and he would just flop over.
Yeah. It's just playing paintball.
I think so often we see the Jace into Scion, and it's like the expectation, the hope is that you go ahead in lane, you're ahead of the curve, but Scion outvalues you despite having less gold.
Oh, Taeyoon, the Cosmic Binding, just gorgeous. And Chovy is just going to make sure that he's dead. The train is going to come on through as well to try and deny Sponge. Tempered Fate comes on down, but Sponge was able to spell shield the knock-up from Keen, so that does not land. Still without Taeyoon, there is not a hope for Nongshim to stop this Baron, even if Gen G do have a slightly lower damage composition. Right now, they have plenty.
Yep, and they burn Paranoia, so Sponge won't have the ability to just swoop in and steal this time. No chances of that. This was a pretty great play from Duro. You can see setting up this position. Oh, but
Flashes over the circle!
Gorgeous. And just deleted so quickly. A lot of threats. The Shinara also had tools, I guess, to avoid that. You know, flash and ult, potentially, but just didn't respond in time. Kind of caught off guard there. And Gen G, this feels more like the Gen G we typically expect to see.
Yeah, this is the regular season Gen G that we've gotten used to. As Lehens, he interrupts the buffer. Down will go the Nautilus as now Canyon gets in amongst it. He will be feared down to the GA, most likely. But Keen, has he lost health yet? Taeyoon's pressing so many buttons, so aggressively trying to play the game, and Keen is walking towards him. We've got Sponge now ulting in, thinking that he has an angle, but that is 1, 2, 3, 4 dead Nocturne. And there is finally their attention turned towards this Yunara triple kill for Ruler, who doesn't have the Penta available, so he just lets his teammates kill King and they're going to waltz into the base and probably win this game.
Yeah, I think Chovy flashing there was definitely just the game is over. We're going to finish it quickly. Baron buff as well to keep the waves alive. They should just be able to push in and end on the back of this. They're even going to TP Keen in at full HP and with the mega shield. Think how unkillable he was before.
Yeah.
Now he has his W shield and he has that teleport shield. He's just immortal at this point. And there's no one alive apart from Lehens to even threaten him at this point in time.
And I don't think Lehens is threatening him either, even with the fact that he's alive. I think that might be temporary. As Duro is going to Tempered Fate Scout just to delay his exit from the fountain. And the Nexus will be going down. Duro will die for the first time this game right before the enemy Nexus, as the curtain call named quite beautifully as they will finish off the game. Gen G looking like a bit of return to form against Nongshim here in game number 1.
This felt like more the Gen G we expect to see. I feel like there were so many situations where they're setting up these proactive plays or leaving a member in a side lane in a position where they can collapse on whoever attacks them. It felt like they really baited a lot of traps for Nongshim and it worked very effectively. We said about the composition, could lack damage, could be very front-loaded. You get this far ahead, you have this much control of the game, those issues never rise up.
Yep, and if the amount of front-loaded damage you have equals that of the enemy team's health, it's fine.
It's very effective.
You tend to just kind of kill them. I do want to say that there were some moments for Nongshim, right? Sponge having a bit of a day out in the earlier stages. Scout had some cute plays, but ultimately, like, Chovy topped damage in this game on Annie. No, Ruler did. But he was.
You know what it was? That last,
very close.
That last fourth shot on the fountain.
There it was.
That was a difference maker.
Honestly, probably was, but still very. In the two, I was cut off for a second there. That might be a bit of a hint that we are going to be going towards a break relatively soon. But first, the Space are going to break down that game number 1, see what their take is from this draft, and then we will have the second game of the series. Can Nongshim finally beat Gen G? Game 1 says no, but maybe it's a best of 3. Maybe they can win the next 2. We'll see you after this.
여기 썸 나겠다.
썸 나겠다 이거.
노틸부터 분분 좋다. 노틸 끌었다. 길게 봐 길게.
천천히 볼게요. 자 아래로 뚫어도 돼. 에이스 노플.
나 가인이야.
천천히 보자. 천천히 보자.
아지르.
레이스 너프리고.
노플 유나라.
어디지?
자 여기 가는 중. 나. 잡았고.
아래 봐줄 사람? 볼만해요?
옛날에 노플이야. 나 맞춰놨어.
제이스까지 봐도 되고.
미드로 나 바텀으로 끝내자. 아 라인이 없네. 미드 갈게.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost. Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Gen.G up against Nongshim Red Force, and it was very back and forth through the early and mid games. At the end of the day, Gen.G was able to take it down 1-0, not without a little bit of help from Nongshim in some of those mid-game team fights, but we'll get into that a little bit later. What did what do you think about that first game?
So yeah, it was basically Canyon denying Sponge out of the jungle, and then the bot lane winning 2v2 easily, and mid lane, Chovy getting pressure like every single moment, and top lane, maybe not a fun time for Keen, but he was doing his job for this game when he's playing weak side. So yeah, basically it was heavily one-sided for Gen.G Esports.
It was very impressive that at the early game, the Annie was quite pressuring the Azir at the CS moment, and then he moved to the top at the early level without the jungler. It was quite Chovy, so I was quite impressive about it.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. Let's take a look at the draft from game number 1, and we can dive a little bit into what exactly happened here.
So my concern about Gen.G's team comp was maybe their lack of damage, because they do have setup, like for who though? So I was like kind of worried about after them getting the early leads, maybe they will be behind in the late game. But I think the issue was not that one. So like Nongshim, even though they had such a great comp coming into like this game about the late game, but they couldn't really do it with it.
Yeah, I agree. I still think that Gen.G's comp is quite hard to execute because the damage is low, so you have to stack the early dragons, but actually your prio is not like 100% sure for like getting it. So I thought this game could be losing game for Gen.G at this series.
Yeah, it just ended up they had a lot of control with this composition. They were able to utilize that to win some of the mid to late game team fights and essentially deny the damage from the side of Nongshim and kind of even it up in that manner. So let's jump into highlight 1 right here.
Yeah, but I think Gen.G knew that their comp actually has a lack of damage and they have to stack the dragon really fast. So Sion just decided to come at the game 2-second dragon and coming here. And Scout didn't know that Sion was waiting here. And then everyone was desperate about like Scout was getting engaged. Jace is called by TP. Nocturne just go alone in enemies like team fight zone.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think the responsibility was on Kingen because he was hitting top turret for free and Sion was not there for, I don't know, like 20 seconds, good 30 seconds. So he had, he definitely had the window to call it off that Sion will be grouping for the second Drake.
Yep.
Just drop that. So we can actually snowball from the top turret. So we can actually just snowball with the gold, which we like to do that because we're gonna have like fun time in the late game. So just let them have the second Drake. They are using the tempo with the just giving up like 3 waves on the top with the top turret. So I think they were just be really happy about it. But I think them taking the fight for like literally nothing, you know. So I think that was wrong decision making there from Nongshim here.
Yeah, I agree. I think it should not be the fight. It should be just a dribble moment. And then Kingen actually mispinged it, but I don't think he just ordered like teammates.
Yeah, he should shot call. Just call it off.
Shot calling. Yeah. Shot calling about can we dribble. And then he was tipping it. That's why what it was talking about the responsibility. When he TPs, the game was quite, I think they are not understanding their comps.
Yeah, and that was already when King got ganked by Chovy earlier on. He ended up like 0-5 in the mid game, and the Jace not really hitting for me in this game. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was 19 minutes in on the Dragon once again.
Yeah, Umti and I were discussing about the positioning in this team fight, but I think at this point the game was kind of already like over, you know, because like Sion is already too tanky and you don't really have the damage to mount the front line. And here Lihans had a great disengage, but what are they gonna do about it? They can't do anything here. They don't have the damage, they don't have the tank.
Yeah, I mean, this is the like stronger time for each other, but I can't believe that they knew that Jarvan was like flanking, but they were not like they are now flanking and going to the enemy side, and then Yunara and Jace is just staying there and not trying to go together. And then it felt like it was a 2v4 versus 2v4, and then it doesn't sound like a team fight, right?
So this is the fight happened on the third Drake when the Genji already had the 2 Drakes, right? So I think Nongshim is really forced to take this team fight around the Drake. But the point is, I think this is the result from the previous replay. So they didn't really have to take the fight on that point, so they can actually snowball with the gold. So they will have more item on this team fight, but they didn't do that, so they took the worst fight, and then the follow-up is this fight, which is unwinnable, by the way. Yunara didn't have the second item, Jace didn't have the stronger item spike, so I think it was just wrong from the beginning, and that was just the follow-up result after that one.
Yeah, and then like me and Wadi was talking about the position, especially like I was talking like even though the item was not that great, but Nocturne was ahead. If they had a like side wing position, it could be different. But they actually didn't even try. They didn't even try to like mark the flank. So the fight was just disaster for Nongshim.
Yeah, and Genji, you know, pretty solid all around. They played nicely front to back. They were good at acquiring targets with their pick, with the Annie and the Jin, and essentially just allowed Nongshim to make a bunch of mistakes into them and utilize that to get the victory. So that was game number 1. Let's go back to our casters for game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1 and 700 games here for Ruler. 3rd place here in the LCK for bot laners and 10th as far as all time.
And, you know, we were talking about earlier, Faker, because it went 2-0, didn't get the 1,100. Yeah.
So we get that next week.
But Ruler in the top 10 there with 700. And I feel like we've been rapid firing achievements this week.
Oh, yeah.
Felt like a lot of them came through. Obviously a player who spent a lot of time here, but also in the LPL. So a long career across 2 regions, and definitely been impressive throughout that.
Yep, next year is going to be his 10-year anniversary, I'm pretty sure, as I think it was 2017, or end of 2016 might have been when he started for Samsung Galaxy at that time, if we remember back, I think laning with Wraith in his first time out. So fun times back on his original organization, although a little bit of a different name now. Now let's get into the draft. For game number 2, Nongshim, remember, 0 and 22 against Genji. Can they finally buck the trend that has been going since the inception of this team, not being able to take down Genji ever?
Yeah, I mean, after game 1, odds aren't looking super amazing. Also interesting to note, so last game, we saw Genji pick second pick.
Yep.
And this time around, so Nongshim picked blue side, because it was their choice because they lost game 1. And Genji opted to go for first pick instead. So switching things up a little bit here.
Yeah, changing gears.
One thing I will say that is nice is that we won't get to see Jason to Sion again, because it's Fearless, which I think has been something some of our teams have been struggling to have an impact with. Obviously, Kingen did not have the greatest time in that previous matchup. We are running through the bans pretty quickly. Karma still open and available, so I imagine that will probably be...
No, Rumble.
It's Karma or Rumble. It's one of the other.
Maybe they ban neither and just accept the other one? It's kind of crazy, though.
I think that's what you could do.
Karma Xin Zhao is pretty powerful on the 1-2 if Nongshim can get there. Otherwise, Xin Zhao Rumble also doesn't sound too bad, given the fact that Nocturne and Jarvan have both been taken away. So they give over the Karma instead of the Rumble. They will be taking that Rumble away.
I will say Karma weakened a little bit by the fact that Jin and Ezreal are both gone. Two of the stronger pairings. There's still like Caitlyn Karma, which is a pretty solid one.
You can just pick Caitlyn Lux now and deny that as well. But then there's Sivir Karma, which is also pretty powerful.
That's pretty good too, yeah. There's still definitely options for Karma. You know, she's a versatile pick that matches with them.
Yep, but Jarvan is also fearlessly banned as well, so Sivir feels more pickable.
Yeah, for sure. So now what are Nongshim going to be able to get their hands on in trade for this? They will go for that Xin Zhao. I think denying that away from the Karma shielding is really important.
Yeah, you could also just lock in Xin Lulu if you'd like to. Obviously, Nara has already been taken away, so it'd have to be an Aphelios type thing, but Aphelios Karma doesn't exactly feel inspiring, outside of the fact that Karma is, you know, the inspiring champion.
That is the name of one of her abilities.
Indeed. Could also be a Seraphine lock-in.
Yeah,
I don't know whether you're playing Karma
try and
Ashe.
go the Ashe Seraphine. You could just go the Ashe right here and then go Seraphine afterwards.
Or you could blind Nah into Keen.
Just slam that. I guess the thought process here is Genji probably want to secure their jungle AD carry in this rotation, but I'm certain. I say they'd be willing to pivot. Often they do put Keen lower in the totem pole in terms of priority in draft. He is pretty versatile, so you can kind of play everything. And it looks like they are going to go for this Trundle, which we've seen a lot of times into the Xin Zhao, been able to chomp him, steal that AD, and also shred his resistances. And yeah, they will prioritize the AD carry jungle here, so that's why kind of the blind Nah works here against Genji, because they just say Keen can pick whatever, we'll leave him later. We want to prioritize securing that Caitlyn for the Karma when there's less AD carries available to pair with her, and the Trundle coming through as well. Now, the Aurora comes out in the mid lane.
And I feel like there are answers to the Aurora. We know that Chovy would probably be happy to play things like Hui into it, stuff like that can potentially outrange. But she is probably one of the more strong mid laners that are still available, as Annie, Azir, Orianna all unavailable at the moment. Ryze falling out of favor, and also you do kind of outrange him.
I was going to say Ryze would be very, because one of the reasons we've seen Ryze just drop off a cliff is because there's the tough matchups of Anivia, Cassiopeia. But if you already locked your mid, then he has no problem with that. So I think
that's a good point.
Nongshim banning the Ryze here makes a lot of sense. Not wanting to give over that pick to Chovy without having one of the prepared counters that we often see.
And speaking of prepared counters, what would be the option into the Nah? We know that Keen has often said that he likes Jax into the pick, things like this. Ziggs is actually going to be taken away here to deny that as a bottom lane.
Probably wouldn't have played Ziggs into the Nah, but you know, that's a bad anyway. I think you can either just pick something that's like a melee pick that's not going to have a fun time, but weather the storm, or if you want to actually like try and punish the lane. We've seen a lot of range picks into it. You know, we saw Kennen fail miserably, but like this Varus, Vayne.
The Vayne is going to be banned.
You could even, we've seen Sylas into it.
True. That'd be fun.
And there's some decent ults here already. I mean, Nah ult is obviously phenomenal, but like the Xin Zhao ultimate, pretty strong. The Aurora ultimate, solid too. So could go for that if you really wanted.
One more ban here from Genji. Wanted to take away something on the bottom side. Maybe a ban towards Lehens could come on through, but instead the Ashe is going to be denied. So no Ashe Seraphine here for the bottom lane.
Yeah, did not want to have to deal with that. Obviously, I think Karma does well into the 2v2 generally, but if you misplay, if you miss a Mantra Q, you can get punished pretty quickly in return.
All right, the Nami.
Orky Nami, I guess, is going to be what Nongshim go for.
Or Lucian Nami if Taeun wants to go that route instead.
You could, but
playing Lucian into Karma Caitlyn.
Yeah, sounds a little bit tough. So I'd imagine.
Not that Corky Nami sounds much better.
Marginally better. At least you can farm with your phosphorus bombs. Now kind of seeing what Keen wants to pick. We talked about some of the options there. First up going to be Chovy just taking the TF, which, you know, when you already have the Kate Karma in the side lane, this allows you really to play to your side lanes. You also can speed up the TF, slow them with a pillar, set up the gold card very easily. It's going to make it kind of a nightmare for the Xin Zhao, having to try and survive against easy setup for a stun card into a trap.
Mel, wait, top TF!
Oh yeah, looks like it's going to be, I presume, the ADTF that we used to see all the time.
I think it has been played elsewhere. That's a Smolder. Hitting him with that Smolder. No, never mind. It's going to be Corky, as we predicted. And so, yeah, that top TF. I think I've heard whispers about the top TF around the world. But we haven't seen it so far here in the LCK just yet. And with the fact that, you know, we've been seeing the Varus, the Vayne, things like this, it's only a matter of time before the other sort of range tops that we used to see come back in. Still waiting for the LeBlanc top with the Trinity Force Rush to come back. I haven't quite seen that one just yet, but I'm still holding out hope. This is going to be the Twisted Fate variant, and does mean that Keen can kind of be all over the map. Also solves a lot of vision problems that they may run into if they start falling behind. I mean, there are some great options.
The easiest gang setup onto a Gnar that I could imagine.
Oh, yeah.
So, not going to be the most fun for the Gnar into this one. So we have had one Twisted Fate game, top lane, from Wonder, in which he went 2-7-9.
Okay, positive KDA.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, barely, just about.
Yeah, but hey, you can't doubt it though. That's 1 point something.
True. Well, hopefully Keen manages to do a little bit better than that this time round.
Yeah, that would be good.
But at the end of the day, it was a win. So TF top,
there you go.
100% win rate.
And you do just make money, even if you die. It's fine. You're just making more. As let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1, 2, 3. Four. Okay, here we are. I'll try and work out exactly what game it is over the course of this early game, and hopefully it will be a little bit slower to allow my brain to catch up to what's going on here. Lehens and Taeyeon already in position. Ruler as well, just hanging out down here, more than happy. And good lord, this bottom lane is going to be difficult for Taeyeon and Lehens to play. But with some good bubbles and things like that, maybe it'll be all right.
They have decent sustain. You know, Corki has Valkyrie for a bit of safety and can use his abilities to farm a bit. It's not fun, but it's not the end of the world. There's some matchups where you're playing into Kate Karma and I'm like, oh, okay, well, let's go next. But
yeah,
they should be able to weather the storm, you'd hope. I mean, that's what they're going to have to try.
Yep.
That or struggle. One thing with Nami as well is that she can be really efficient with her W if she's able to bounce it. But in this situation, if she's getting poked from a long distance, Taeyeon's not exactly going to walk. Well, there he did. But generally, it's difficult to walk up and get the full value 3 hits on the W.
Yeah, it's just not often in range, especially into a Caitlyn.
Okay, Lehens, he's getting it, though. You know, I was saying it's going to be tricky. He's finding the angles.
Yep. And actually, there is the self-cast option, right? So you self-cast, try and hit an enemy, and then it can hit your AD carry if he's going aggressive. So
if everyone's together, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the optimal. That's the ideal.
That's sort of how it works. That could be working. As Kingen getting towards Mega Gnar here, as Keen stacking up a massive wave. It is the fleet footwork here for the Twisted Fate as another Peacemaker comes in. And when these are hitting as well, Ruler is often avoiding the minion wave with it, so he's getting the full amount of damage onto the Corki with the Piltover Peacemaker. And so that's why Taeyeon is still suffering a little. And as we saw there was at least some ebb and flow damage to come on through. And now at level 2, Tyco's Blessing is in. Doesn't have the Acro Prison just yet, but should have that one pretty soon. Level 3 now going to be gained, as we're having a little bit of a look in at this mid lane. I believe Mel was just nerfed on this patch, was she not? She might have been. The rebuttal is now longer cooldown, stuff like that.
Was it this patch? I will check. I know they were planning to, but I wasn't sure if it was this patch or the next one.
I think it might have been. And her Q took a little bit of a hit as well. She's probably still fine, although not right now, as Sponge is just going to turn the wind into lightning. Audacious Charge is going to get denied, though, as Trophy flashes away, but still, Flash now on cooldown. Kingen might be on cooldown relatively soon, though, as he is getting really bullied here in this lane.
Yep, you are correct. On this patch, she got her damage toned down a good amount, to be honest. And the rebuttal cooldown. It's now gotten... So there's some abilities that I feel like are so game warping.
What about the ability to die?
He still has rebuttal, he's fine.
All right.
There's some abilities that are so game warping that Riot has just had to add more cooldown until it doesn't really feel like a basic ability.
Yeah, like the Event Horizon. Good old Veigar, perfect example.
Event Horizon's not that long, but I think the example I was thinking of was Windwall. It's like a 30-second cooldown level 1 or something, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, the rebuttal is now a 38-second cooldown at rank 1. which is really insane. Because I think of things like old Tom Kench Devour, and those sorts of abilities where they're like, look, these are game. Black Shield is another one. Which I think is like 26-second cooldown rank 1. 666 days.
Wow. Okay. A devilish choice here for Keen. Doran, the last one to win on it against Mihail from Nongshim. So Nongshim actually the last team to lose against Twisted Fate, as Keen is 100% win rate, 7-0.
Yeah. Pretty impressive. I will say that there was that period that a lot of teams were playing TF top. Some fans were upset about their favorite player playing TF top because it didn't always go well. But for Keen, it was going pretty good. And that was when Gen.G were definitely on one of their hot streaks. So going pretty positively. I wonder what build he is going to go for. I saw the build Wonder went for, and it was like Kraken Slayer into full crit with like Hex Optics. Did have Rapid Fire in with it. It was like LDR-IE.
That's pretty crazy.
I wonder if we got that. Do you know how the passive works with crit, by the way?
No. How does it work?
So the more crit chance you have, you know, with your passive, every time you kill something like a minion, you have a chance to get gold.
Yeah.
Well, you get gold. It's just how much gold you get. With crit, you have a chance to double, like to have a second roll.
What?
Essentially.
You can crit the gold? I didn't know that. That's crazy.
You have a chance equal to your crit strike chance to generate an additional 1 to 6 gold.
Wait, and so you double roll every time you crit? That is insanity.
Well, it's not technically when you crit. It's not like if you kill it with a crit, that's what gives you the double roll. It's just if you kill a minion, it rolls your crit to decide if you get a double roll.
Oh. Oh, right, okay.
Because you might kill it with a Q, which you can't crit, you know?
Yeah, right.
That would.
But it adds your crit to your ability to make money.
Yeah, so if you end up with a lot of crit, you can. I mean, we already see TF. I mean, look top lane already. They're even in farm. I know Keen has gotten a plate, but he's sizably ahead in gold. But yeah,
it's the same as like a 2-wave lead or something like that. Like, look at what Ruler has. His gold lead is about the same, and he's ahead by what, 13 CS or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. Canyon gonna move on over here. Take the King's tribute from this dragon. Scout is taking a fair bit of damage here. Chovy at level 6 is pretty frightening, as if he hits any more of these buttons, Scout could just be staring down the barrel of deadness.
Yeah, if that root hit, I think that would have been it.
Yeah.
Does manage to avoid it and back away.
Oh, wait. He was looking for a little bit of an angle towards Keen here.
I assumed he was going for like Honeycrew or something.
Ruler got hit by a bubble and nothing happened. I feel like that's kind of the state of the lane right now here on this bottom side, as Ruler, Duro, does take a bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, they're already a little bit behind the gold, but when one 80 carry recalls and gets tier longsword dagger and the other gets BF sword, bit of a disparity in terms of trading power.
I would agree with you there. They might be able to get themselves another plate here as well, as Lehen's taking a large chunk.
Oh, and Taeyun used the phosphorus bomb on those minions and just put them all at like the worst HP possible to CS, so he missed all of them. Not ideal, obviously.
Oh, now they desperately just want to go home, I'm pretty sure. Lehen's really struggling with the mana here. And Ruler and Duro are just leaving them no space to breathe. That Phos Bomb landing is certainly good news, but Lehen's will not be able to keep sustaining Taeyun for much longer. And so, yeah, war of attrition being won here by Gen.G. Keen just taking plates out of this turret on this top side. Keen doing his best, like you were saying, like keeping up in farm, absolutely fine. And he's now 600 gold behind.
Yeah, what a call to try and mitigate. See if that helps out.
Well, he's gonna wallop the TF, smack him into the turret.
Okay, some good harass, good poke. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for Keen to get back here. Obviously with home guards, but also has his ult if he really desperately wants to get back quickly.
Yeah.
And I think that's the nice thing is that you can go Ghost because you'll get the free TP, but you also have your ult as well.
Scout goes in. Trophy rebuts an ebb and flow, which is crazy. The ulti comes down, and Scout mitigates it. Gets himself out of the way.
Was that the stun from the Hens that stopped it on the bubble?
I don't know. But something denied it. It looked like it was when Scout went into the wall.
It did look like that. But also, I think maybe Chovy got stunned out. I don't know.
Wacky.
And the thing is, we're not going to get a replay because it wasn't a kill.
Well, maybe if Nongshim win the game, the space can tell us exactly what happened in that moment.
Yeah, that would be good.
That would be really good. It's looking difficult at the moment, especially if top lane has anything to do with it, as Keen just throwing cards at Kingin. He does have his Ghost now as Kingin flashes away and Sponge shows up. Keen is still looking for an angle though as Canyon's moving in. Oh, the pillar placement not perfect for killing the Gnar, and Sponge does have his ultimate. Stun is going to connect though, there's a subjugation. Wildcards do not do very much, but still, Sponge makes it out. Now going to at least survive.
Both flashes being burned for top jungle definitely going to mean... I mean, you're happy you didn't die there, but Kingin and Sponge try to take the 2v2 and just aren't able to. It's so hard when it's Trundle TF, you have the CC and you have that skirmishing power, especially into the Xin Zhao.
Oh, it's so cute, by the way. Whenever you tether the Corki, you are actually taking the dog for a walk.
True.
Brilliant. The only other champion in the bottom lane is Kog'Maw that you can do that with. The Corki skin, just brilliant.
Unless someone plays Sejuani Yasuo again, and we get
that's true. You could also take the pig for a walk as well, or the Poro for a walk. There are a lot of different animal options there.
I did manage to check, and it was the bubble stun Chovy when he was casting.
Aha, so that's what it was.
That's what stopped.
It did look weirdly like Scout had managed to avoid it somehow.
The timing was kind of
yeah, it was just weird.
I was like,
I'm pretty sure you can't do that, but like it looked like he did. So
I was
maybe I don't doubt it.
Scout as well. And I kind of saw out the corner of my eye Chovy get bubbled. But yeah.
That's a lot of damage onto Scout. I thought that Q was nerfed. Is Chovy just going to deny Scout's back? Exactly. This is getting more and more frustrating. How do they stop this from happening, Ox?
Yeah, normally you stop this from happening in the draft. They did give over Karma Caitlyn. At least one thing is that Lahen's, you know, as you stack up Mana Flow Band, assuming he has it, and get some more mana regen, which, I mean, to be honest, he hasn't really built yet. But generally, the more mana you get, you can sustain a bit more through some of this poke. But it is not a good time. They are struggling, very much so, in this matchup with the Rot lane.
It's looking very rough. And Ruler has also completed his quest. We're still, you know, a decent chunk away from it, actually, for Taeun, unfortunately. As Ruler getting so much value from all of the plates that he's taken. 4 plates really does help accelerate him in that department. So just going to be making even more money as Canyon, I mean, this heading down to the bottom lane.
Oh, Scout gets poked down a little bit, but it feels like Nongshim have more control over the area for now.
Yeah, at least for the moment. Keen has his quest teleport up and available now. Kingin with his regular one. And that Mantra Q actually hurting a fair bit. Peacemaker is going to go wide though, as Sponge wants to be able to get control of this crab. The Canyon, he's got other plans, as Lahen's going to have to flash out of the way. The trap was in place. Now Canyon is going to look to try and challenge Sponge, who does manage to take down that Rift Scuttler. As we can see here, this could be our latest First Blood, which is kind of crazy. It will in fact be, as I look at the number at the top of the screen. Ticked over 12 minutes as there's the tidal wave. Will be avoided here by Gen G, and the Aqua Prison also goes wide as now Scout's in a very awkward position. Can go between the worlds, but still gets decorated by Chovy's Q, and he has to flash in the end. Finally, he gets overwhelmed and taken down, and so there is that First Blood at 12.5 minutes, the latest one of the season so far, and it will go over to Chovy.
Yeah, bit of an assist from the Cloud Dragon, helping out to get Scout low enough for that ult to come in.
But oh no, people are going to say that I'm biased. My dragon killed Scout.
True. And everyone knows you are, specifically toward Beryl.
That is true, but he's no longer playing. So I'm safe from my biases now.
It's freed you.
Indeed.
Yeah, Pillar catches him. He goes for the ult, but the dragon knocks him so he can't get there in time.
It looked super awkward because I think the angle we had, the dragon was blocking the pillar placement. So it kind of looked like he just decided not to use the ult. As there is the escape. And,
honestly,
man, that is so frustrating.
I saw the Cloud Dragon assisting with the damage, but he actually just completely carried that play.
Yeah, straight up. Sick mechanics. Hopefully we get a Cloud Dragon perspective replay.
And then Gen G just killed the dragon, you know, their 6th teammate.
Huh.
Not sure how I feel about that.
Might have been jealousy. Like, they're like, wow, you're an NPC. You can't be playing that well. That's rude. And
I mean,
they took it down.
If we're being honest, we've seen Skullcrab mechanics.
That is true.
So
that is very, very true. Anyway, Nongshim now just trying to pick up the pieces as best they can. But at 14 minutes with a 3.5k gold lead, I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
There's only one kill that's happened in this game, and every single lane is a shutout here on Gen G's side.
Yeah, the thing is, initially, it was Chovy's lane that had like the smallest lead of the three, but him getting that kill obviously pushes him into a great position. Bot lane, sizably ahead due to laning advantages. And then Keen is literally just cheating.
Yeah, he's also just printing money. He did this with Rumble earlier in the year.
Oh, there, it just got the proc that he got 5 gold and 6 gold.
Yeah.
That was the crit proc. Did you know that he also cheats, so he literally, he's more likely to get 6 gold than any other number?
Oh, yes.
It's
obnoxious.
So TF.
Well, this is going to be first turret as well. Gen G will now have a 4,000 gold lead. And I'm waiting for that time where it can get better for Nongshim. You know? That moment where the clouds part and they can then see the light and everything's fine. Just may not ever happen. That's what it's kind of feeling like to me.
Yeah.
Teleport in from the Mel as Chovy makes his way back.
They are setting up around this Herald, it seems, but Genji's going to push towards that mid-tier 1.
And Chovy just zones them all away.
I think, honestly, there's a ward on Genji's Raptors. If you want to try and fight them for something, it's like get a TP flank in. They even just pinged that ward right now. 2 pings. They might be thinking the same thing. Yep, there's TPs coming through.
The double teleports flanking on both sides as Canyon now trying to move back to see whether he can defend. It looks like Gen G are just going to try and get themselves out, but Canyon may not be so lucky. Does, of course, have access to the subjugation to try and become much more tanky here, but it can certainly be very difficult. He flashes out of the way as Kingin will be able to stack up the Hyper, and there is the kill. Very nicely done, as Nongshim will be able to equalize the kill score at least.
Yeah, as much as it's nice that they got the kill and you should be able to get the Herald, unfortunately, Keen is still pushing the side lane, printing gold. Although...
yeah, Scout might be able to land a bit of damage on him, as Gold Card is going to get eaten. And Scout still trying to chase him down. Lands the dash cannon, but not the Q.
I think the problem is that Nongshim clearly went for that double TP play because they wanted to...
Wait, Sponge didn't have Smite, so he had to wait a really long time.
I'm not going to lie.
Sure that Duro couldn't kill it.
If he died to Duro and lost the Herald...
That's an FF. That's an FF.
You just go next.
Yeah.
They got it. They have the Herald. That's nice. That's something. Maybe they can use the Combat Herald for this next dragon. But the problem is when they went for those double TPs, I think they were hoping for so much more than just a singular kill onto Canyon. You could tell they were looking for the bot lane, but both bot laners of Gen G had their summoners and were also able to just disengage. And the end result is it's still positive getting the kill on the Herald. But with this deficit, you were definitely hoping for more. And we saw Keen pushing the bot lane, getting gold, getting plates. Chovy's taking this top tower.
Yeah, this is the problem. They're just everywhere on the map, Gen G.
Yeah.
It's taking so much money. It's 5,000 gold the lead, largely based on just map play and positioning.
I mean, this is...
and TF.
This is Gen G. This is their map play that we used to expect for them last year in particular.
I have missed them, to be honest. It's been a while since we've seen this kind of suffocation gameplay. But let's have a look here, as from Duro's perspective, he's like, I could get him.
가비.
Very
미드
good.
한번 가볼게요. 그러니까
I'm glad that we got Duro's perspective, but I'm not entirely sure why we did. As, okay, Destiny going to come on through here as Keen gets a little bit of an angle. The Crescent Guard is fantastic, though, as Keen just fighting alongside Scout. Scout is going to get pushed away. Taeyu now in a little bit of trouble as Ruler will take a bit of poke damage, but there is a dead Xin Zhao. With Sponge down, there is no way that they can combat this Herald. That'll be soul point over to Gen G.
It's so hard to approach.
Did I say Herald? I meant Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon. It's so hard to approach when Gen G have control of the area. They have this line of traps. They have the TF. They have, you know, so much CC.
Even
with
the
Mel.
yeah.
Yeah, they have the pillar. This is so much so a composition that just holds its ground, and it's on Nongshim to find angles of approach, and they are really struggling, especially from this deficit. So the stun card comes in, the follow-up is there, and Gen G pick up more gold, more advantages.
Oh, the Hens is dead.
A kill onto the Nami, and their third dragon of the game.
Chovy ordered seafood today, as it turns out. And
feels
it's almost as dunzo as the last game.
This one feels worse because there was the comeback play in the last one.
That's true. There were a couple of moments.
There was a lot of kills traded. This just feels like the crushing suffocation. The pillar here, such a problem for Sponge. He tries to dive in, just gets stun carded.
여기까지 하고 빼가 그냥. 야 밀어내는 생각 빼자.
Alright. So he was just gonna head towards
뭐야
the top side.
뭐야. 잡았어.
What is this? And kills him.
Oh, a little freebie.
Yep. Just one of his former Griffin teammates lying on the floor now. Chovy will now be moving towards his bottom side to try and push Kingen away at the same time.
I like how he joked about the ruler Lahenza thing earlier in game 1. You know, when he missed the bullets on him, like he's looking away when he's trying to shoot. Chovy has none of that. He's
no,
like,
he does not have that.
He'll just kill him.
Like, sorry, Lahenz. He probably didn't even say sorry.
Probably didn't even say sorry.
He just said, thank you for the money. Thank you, Lahenz.
Oh,
that might have been what he said.
Looking for an angle here.
Yeah, Scout goes between worlds. Decent amount of damage there onto Keen and Canyon. Flash out from the Twisted Fate, who gets the Inspire Shield from Duro. And then the snare is fantastic for the disengage. Tidal Wave not doing much of anything at all there, as the ulti from Chovy is going to soften up at least Sponge, but otherwise everyone else looking okay. Oh, Ruler was just in mid lane.
Yeah, Keen has TP as well, by the way. He's just going to TP top. They're not even opting into...
Wait.
Oh, they're looking for Ruler. There's
Ruler
a Mega Gnar coming.
is walking relatively slowly. Oh, they're going to play Ring Around the Rosy. He gets the trap down, as Keen's going to show up with the Destiny Gate. Net is going to give some space there to Ruler, as Keen could be the sacrificial TF, and I believe he is. Protect the president, sometimes with your life.
Yep. Ends up being a collapse that works pretty well for Nongshim. They also get the TP from Keen out for that play.
Hang on a second.
Scout's in trouble.
Yeah, they do stop the backs though, so it's 4 versus 3 at this point in time. Duro relatively low, but Canyon isn't. He is very scary on this Trundle. And Nongshim are just going to back away. These health bars just are not high enough. However, maybe a bit of an angle here towards Canyon, who does get knocked away by the Crescent Guard. Chovy's still hunting for some more damage. He flashes forward, finds the ulti onto Sponge to wipe him out, and gets Lahenz as well for the double. He will die for it, but I guess it's probably worth, and he probably had a great time while he was doing it.
Yeah, picks up those 2 kills, and Nongshim trying to see if there's an angle still available. Kingen has a Mega Gnar, but gets pillared here.
When does this ever end? As they dive on top of Ruler, Kingen taking a lot of damage, a Scout as well, with that burst. Does force out the flash from this Caitlyn.
So many summoners burned. Genji's going to turn onto the Baron now. They have a lot of DPS between the Caitlyn and the TF. And with Karma shields, Canyon should just be able to tank this one up comfortably. So despite a little bit of a hectic passage of play there, despite Nongshim trying to contest to get some kills, it still ends up being Genji coming out ahead, and it still starts to feel more and more dire now for Nongshim.
Yeah, and the Herald also just kind of waltzed up the mid lane. Unfortunately, they didn't really have much of an opportunity to utilize it. Might actually get a charge here, as can't quite see what's going on. There it is, does manage to get a charge. Scout is going to get a death, so that is going to be another one in the middle column there. And Taeyeon also taking chunks of damage here from Ruler. Infinity Edge Stormrazor working out relatively well at this point in time. So 1 minute on the Dragon. That'll be Infernal Soul for Genji if they're able to get there. And Kingen, fair bit of space was bought by the rest of his teammates so that he could grab a couple of plates here in this bottom lane. But a couple of plates on a bottom outer turret is kind of the extent of the good news for that last passage of play. And Keen, in the meantime, is just going to completely obliterate this inner turret.
Yeah, he's so far ahead now. Obviously, we talked already about him printing gold, but just farming up Storm in the side lane, pushing constantly, a persistent threat. And now, 30 seconds until Infernal Soul. Genji are moving in to secure this. If they get control of the area, it's going to be so hard.
Well, Chovy teleported in for this one, as he does run very, very quickly. And gets himself out of the way. Ruler also doing a decent amount of work. There is the rebuttal on the Tidal Wave. Ace in the hole comes in. Lahenz taken down to 50% health before anything's really happened, as the Peacemaker also doing a whole bunch of work. But Genji not really finding the angle to start off this fight, as Keen wanting to get in there with a gold card, goes between the worlds, but gets into the brush here that Genji has control vision of. Now Canyon moving on over as Kingen jumps in, gets the Gnar only onto the Trundle, and he's got the subjugation to keep himself safe. The Twisted Fate destroys Taeyeon And now Sponge is just running for the hills. The rest of Gen G chasing after Scout and Lahens, as Scout is just going to explode. The double kill comes through from Chovy here, who's having a day out on the Mel. And they'll take themselves a Dragon Soul, and then a Nexus if they want to. Kind of anything that Gen G wants, they can have.
Clean ace there, and the timing is perfect here. Keen teleports in with Rapid Fire Cannon, and he's such a threat, so they try and push him out and deal with him. But Gen G just holding their space really well, playing around things like the pillar. The stun card comes in, so Taeyun can't do any damage, and they focus Kinging down in the meantime. That auto crit and finished off the Corki, and then it's just chasing down kills. Keen gets this extended auto over the wall to help secure Sponge. Chovy gets a double with the ult. This feels like that tried and true Gen G we've seen in the past. They maintain that sort of death ball in these team fights, and are just so good at moving together as a unit.
This is what we were expecting to see from Gen G this entire season. As Canyon going to get knocked up there by the tidal wave. Duro, I don't think is going to be able to completely save him, but the blast going will. Thank you, Infernal Rift. As Kingen with a Naba, pretty charged, doesn't get the hop on top of Canyon, but will be able to wallop him. Gets the Gnar back as well. Let's see whether the subjugation can keep him alive, and it absolutely can. And in the meantime, Ruler is taking out the Gnar. He is also going to get taken down by Sponge, though, so pretty good news here for Nongshim, going 1-for-1 at any stage of this game with a 12,000 gold deficit. You're pretty happy with.
Oh, Keen's coming.
Yeah, here's the wraparound, and Canyon just going to move in. His engage is putting his body in front of him, and honestly, it's working. As the Mel is going to be able to pick up the Aurora. That is so much damage onto Sponge. Nothing he can do. A double kill for Chovy, a double kill for Canyon, and Gen G will waltz down the mid lane after another ace.
And might even just be able to end the game on the back of this. So looking bot towards the wave. Deliberating if they want to go mid or bot. It's 20 seconds for a lot of the members of Nongshim. Kingen's up sooner, but a mini Gnar really isn't going to be much of a threat here.
No, it certainly is not. Mini wave going to Conga line in. And so Kingen, level 15, can he manage to save this? That's the question. As the snare almost connects. Keen taking a lot of damage from the turret, but my goodness, Chovy's passive really doing some work here on this Mel as Taeyun, he comes out of the fountain, and he is going to watch his Nexus explode. 23-0. Gen G's record against Nongshim, untouchable at this point in time, as Ruler and Lahens share an embrace. Chovy and Lahens as well. You can see that wry smirk on his face as well. Lahens has played with all of these guys except Duro, and that's because they share a role.
Yeah.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, a lot of camaraderie between them, but obviously rough loss for Nongshim, who continue. 23 now the streak. We'll see if this year they're able to break that. But Gen G, you know, Gen G have still been winning series, despite the fact they haven't been winning as many as they normally do. But I think the way in which they won this was more akin to that Gen G we expect. Game 2 in particular was that controlled style where it felt like they're just suffocating out their opponents and just drawing gold from Summoner's Rift, more than their opponent can. And obviously with TF, that's part of his kit, but it felt like everyone was capable of doing so. An efficient economy they were able to put together in that game. And Nongshim just unfortunately could not keep up.
Yeah, and Duro and Ruler showing that they still have it in them, right? The bottom lane was incredibly oppressive against Taeyun and Lahens, and Nongshim just really weren't allowed to play the game in this one. Game number 1 was somewhat similar, but like you said, there were avenues in. Sponge got pretty fed. This time it was just, no, sit down, we're winning this game. You are not allowed to participate. And they didn't.
Yeah, and I think especially there's a lot of situations where Nongshim were trying to goad them into a fight, and Gen G were like, no, we'll just pressure the side lane. We'll push your sides, push those waves in. And only when they really thought they'd hit critical mass did you start seeing Keen.
This pillar is so disgusting.
And the dragon. But only when they sort of hit critical mass did you see Keen destinying in and just being that flanking threat with the gold card that made team fights really impossible. This was that moment where Nongshim tried to come back to the game with a double TP and only got the Canyon kill, and then the Herald, which we saw didn't amount to much in total. Keen and the TF, pretty fantastic performance.
POM is, I guess, an interesting question here. As I think Chovy had a pretty good series, but Keen Scion was instrumental in their first victory, and then he plays the first Twisted Fate that we've had in the top lane for quite some time.
I think solo lane's a solid bet.
Yeah.
I think to be fair, I think Duro also had a really good game one.
On the board, he looked very, very good.
Canyon was solid. Ruler was solid. I think that's the thing, is that in a series like this, I don't think there are any bad votes. I think it's just who do you think had more impact, or you rate their performance higher.
Well, let's have a look at what they were talking about towards the end of this one. As Canyon, the old put your body in it engage, as the Trundle composition sometimes have to rely on. They did manage to kill Ruler, and then yeah, they just kind of won the game.
I wasn't sure if they're going to just keep Keen pushing at this point, because he was touching inhibitor towers, but they saw the angle to TP in. He stuns the AD carry, flashes away, and just has the DPS. That's the thing, they lost Ruler, but they have a second AD carry.
Not to mention they have Chovy, who dash cannoned in and just did a lot of work.
He did do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Chovy having a bit of a day out on the Mel. Let's have a look at this post-game graph, and it is 10k ahead of his opposition. Chovy just really having a pretty good one, but Keen as well, peppering them with a whole bunch of cards and making tons and tons of money.
And it's such a consistent gold graph. Like, the biggest dip is so minute. It's just consistently going in one direction. Nongshim didn't get any towers. They got the Herald, but other than that, no neutral objectives, so...
And 3 aces in a row towards the end of the game there, and we finish this one off at 26 minutes. It is, yeah, very close to a perfect game outside of that Herald like you were talking about. Keen picks up player of the match. I think very well deserved. Played the first Twisted Fate that we've had on the top side on that for a very long time. Continues that 100% win rate, 7-0 now, and his Scion was instrumental.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Scion was just an absolute brick wall in game one. You know, the Jace was given over. We were like, are you going to pick Scion here? Are you going to pick Yorick? Maybe the team's lacking damage.
Yeah, we were disappointed in the Scion.
But hey, he showed why. He proved us wrong. And then the TF, just such a threat, not only in the side lane, the pressure there, but also when it came to the flanks in team fights. And it's a fact that they didn't opt to pick a counter for Gnar early in the draft. They're like, you know, we have something in the bag. And it definitely worked.
It looked very, very good. And I was expecting like a few other things, like Keen has actually been outspoken about Gnar counters, but going with the Twisted Fate this time around, and it looked absolutely fantastic. And now we get to have a chat with Keen about how Gen G have been doing. So let's throw it over to that one right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation. Joined by Keen on the side of Gen G, who just took down Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! Thank you. Keen, with today's win, Gen G is now tied for 3rd place. How do you feel? It was a pretty clean 2-0 victory, so I just feel great about that. And in game 1, after seeing the enemy pick Jace, you pulled out the Scion, and Jace is usually picked for that lane prio. But it seems like that dynamic doesn't play out when you are in the matchup. So is there a special Jace cooking technique you only have? I think this matchup in particular is really just whoever hits your skill shots better and whoever dodges better. So I think every game plays out a little differently, but I feel like every time I'm on stage for competitive matches, I just end up being the luckier one. And after getting very fed from the laning phase, your Scion was a mountain no one can get past. So how did you manage to position in team fights? Yeah, I think you just have to make sure during team fights to be the front line and just make sure to tank everything. So I think that was just my main focus on positioning. And in game 2, into Gnar you locked in the Twisted Fate, and it's been 666 days since TF Top was played. So what was the discussion during the draft? Yeah, so in the draft, it just feels like ranged top champions are pretty frequent. So I think just based on, seeing other regions play it, I just thought that it would be pretty viable. And so what makes him strong in the current meta? I think you can definitely make plays with the ult and just being able to control the side lanes better, and it's just that flexibility that the champion gives you that is really going to give you that edge and advantage in the game. And your Twisted Fate has 100% win rate in the LCK, so what makes your TF different? I'm not too sure exactly if there is any difference, but every time I play it, it just seems to go smoothly, and that's why playing him makes it so fun for me every time. And throughout your pro career, you've been consistently good, and you're known as that well-rounded top laner. So with everyone rating you highly, it may be challenging to identify your weakness. So how do you approach feedback for self-improvement? Well, personally, I have my own standards, and if I am below that standard, I just try even harder to just reach my standard that I have for myself. So rather than just relying on other people's feedback, I think I just go with my own standard and ideals. And Genji's performance keeps getting better. So any message to the fans? You know, our matches have not always gone smoothly, but for all the remaining matches, I want to make sure to work even harder so that we continue showing you guys great performance. So please continue supporting us. And that is it from Keen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Keen and Heiji there on the stage. And I love that question about asking about his, his standards and his routine on his feedback and stuff like that. And he's like, I just try to reach my incredibly high standards. And if I don't, then, I didn't do a good job, and I just try harder.
Yeah, I mean, it was much more classic Genji that we know before. And also on top of that, him playing Sion and the second game, the TF, to like counter the top lane. He's good at like both sides, you know. He attacks, he defends. So I think it's good to have Keen back on the top. But also I think Genji in general, they had such a great game. Just in general, you know, they had some struggles on the bot lane, but finally like Roller and Duro, they played so much better than the before. And also like Chovy Canyon, they're just classic, you know.
Yeah, and then I think Keen actually gave a lot of top laners one more homework. Like it was Varus and Vayne at the top lane to counter the Gnar, but now one more edit, TF.
Yeah, we have so many picks right now. We have Illaoi and the TF, Vayne.
Yeah.
Like what's going on at the top lane?
No justice. No justice.
You don't really get to blind pick nowadays. Like Gnar is not a good blind pick. We've seen Jace get countered by Sion, Yorick all the time. So it's like, what do you pick? Renekton? Well, there's answers into that as well. But that's a different conversation. Let's take a look at the comment score, or rather the POM score, as you guys right down the middle, KR Analyst and Ian Analyst, alongside of Ox and VNCast did go for Keen.
So all the analysts went for Keen, right? I think, I mean, we have the casting votes, so yeah. Unfortunately, Chovy, this time, GG well played.
Interesting that Jonah Strong also did go for Chovy there. And let's take a look at your guys' comments now, starting with Wadid.
Yeah, I mean, I think Keen deserves a vote, especially around this mid-fight. I think it was the moment when the ruler got caught, right? And I think he flanked with the ultimate, and even though he's playing attack speed TF, which is kind of risky, you don't have Zhonya's to kite back, but you like still had the space to kite back. And I think it was really great, the team fight from Keen. And yeah, again, like he played both sides really well, weak side and winning side. So
yeah, and then it goes to my POM. Like my POM is Keen too, and then his game 1 Sion was quite perfect. Like waiting it here before the Jace comes in the second dragon, he was quite not losing the lane too, and then made dragon situation well, and the King got dragged here. Like, oh man, I want my top like this. I want my top.
So this is basically the same thing with Keria, you know, like in the first series, we kind of glazed up Keria, not because of only his skill shot, but also his positioning and understanding about the game. But I think it goes same to Keen. Like his game knowledge about the tempo is just on the another planet, because I think whenever he's on the weak side, he's always looking for the window that he can do something. Even though your lane is getting pushed in, you just give up 2 waves, but he's gonna group up first and then make play by himself. And that was the moment where he was doing the thing. And I think not many top laners can do that. You know, I think some players are good on the winning side. Some players are really good on weak side. But it's really hard to be good on both sides, just like Kane.
I totally agree. Everyone can't be like always playing the attacking side or defensive side. So you have to like, you know, have a more growing up situation for the player. But Gin is already grown well, I guess.
He is one of the veterans of the LCK and of the top lane. Everything the team needs you to be and more. So that kind of does play into what exactly we were saying. He can be the attacker. He can be the protector and more, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
Open-ended on that one from Ox. Let's take a look at some of the other comments here from the Korean side. Helios says, Keen is holding a shield, but it looks like he's using it to attack. So again, very similar idea here.
Yeah, I mean, like, so my comment was about the national team, right? This is like the point where I confused to like decide who is gonna be like representing South Korea, you know? Like we have so many good top laners right now. We have Perfect, we have Zeus, and now we have Keen. So like if I'm the manager, like head coach for the national team, then I'm struggling, you know?
Yeah, it's gonna be struggling so hard, yeah. And then Pony just gave us so smooth, there's nothing to add, my bad Gin. Oh, actually that sounds like a perfect play.
Yeah, it's like there's nothing much you can say, like when he just played perfect.
Yeah. Not so bad, Pony. Definitely on the right track.
He says
there.
sorry, so.
Yeah. Another perfect play today. Chovy. It feels like, you know, he did play well. Like his Annie was good. He got a couple of picks, and his Mel obviously was the more flashy one. As Coco says, if it's a 5v5, Chovy wins no matter what. Yeah.
True. Like, I think his average is just so much higher than all the other players, so that makes sense.
I mean, he's
like...
like...
have more?
Yeah, I'm like, do we get another one? I think that was it. I think that was it.
I guess that's it, yeah.
Yeah, well, we do have the best ceremony on the way, so you guys make sure you get in the chat and you let us know what you think is the best ceremony of the week, as it is, of course, the last day of this week.
Woo! Ooh, that was close.
Yeah.
From Gumayushi, he always brings in a nice content for the fans. And Delight, whoop, I think that was
Lulu. Yeah, that
Lulu
was
Polymorph?
Yeah, that was the Lulu Polymorph. Yeah.
Yeah. And Career? I think it's Thresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Thresh.
It was a Thresh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a little bit different, right? He's like pulling the target.
Yeah.
So we can see the difference.
And there goes the Showmaker.
Yes.
One of the famous football player ceremony, right? And he responded, by the way.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
That's super cool, actually, that that football player. I don't want to butcher the pronunciation.
Yeah, he responded.
Xavi.
Yeah, Xavi
Simons.
Simons? Yeah, right.
I'm not sure.
Simons.
But yeah, apparently he's...
He's Spurs player.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. I feel like Showmaker has done a lot of different football ones.
He loves football. So
I don't know. Like, it was a cool one. I like the ceremony, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, this is like your 7th one at this point. So I think I kind of like Guma's the most.
I like the light.
It's very contextual, you know, like, it was really hard to.
Yeah, I like the light one. Because like I think I could definitely see like he's trying to polymorph the fans, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Delight too. It's actually
that's cute.
His hands movement was cute, and it looks like he was like a Harry Potter there. Yeah.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
I mean, he did swing Lulu's wand, so it kind of does make sense. Let's take a look at the standings now, as we do have Gen G with a clean 2-0 tonight, as they will join T1 at 5-3 with a +5 score, whereas Nongshim just right in the middle. It's kind of where they've been for a couple of years now.
Yeah, now Genji, their performance got so much better, as I said. But what happened, Nongshim? Like, what is happening? Like, what is going on?
I mean,
can someone explain to me? Because they were looking really strong at the beginning. But right now, everything is missing. It seems like they're just playing solo queue on stage, and now, like, we don't even like get to see the actual game from them.
Yeah, I don't see what is their win condition is. Like, we can see at the draft what they want, but as a play, we can see. So it seems like a solo queue, and then I think Nongshim really have to improve that what is their comp and then what enemy comp does, and then have to learn how to play the comp.
I think we can simply compare it to D plus Kia. I think they were struggling in the draft, and then also the teamwork. But right now, D plus Kia seems really strong in terms of how they want to play on the objective. They're on the same page. But right now, Nongshim, they're missing some parts, definitely. I think that's also from the bot lane as well. I couldn't see like their bot lane winning the bot laning phase, so they got to fix it from the bottom side.
They definitely have a lot of work to do, and their schedule is not easy. Taking a look at next week, week 5 here, some of the big matchups. We got Gen G versus D plus Kia in the Saturday Showdown, always a banger. And some other ones here, obviously, we've already talked about KT versus Home Life Esports, as the Battle of the Titans will be there, maybe a fight for first place.
Holy moly, there are so many good matches here, by the way. Like, we have HLE versus T1 as well. And DNS versus Bro? Oh my god!
What? I was gonna speak about that. DNS versus Brion is gonna be so fun.
Man.
Someone is going to lose 8 games in a row.
I don't know. Like, I think for this week, it was kind of easy for us to predict the result. But I think for week 5, I don't know. I can't even predict right now. So many good matches, so many good storylines. I'm so hyped.
This is definitely a lot going on, as we also do have Challenger League as well. Make sure you guys are tuning into that, as we do have an update, by the way, on the predictions from this week. Everybody got 10 out of 10 except Deacon and Umpty.
What? I'm moving
slide on in. Thank you.
I'm not
you're here on the 10 out of 10.
That's so shame.
Let me talk about the excuses here. Can I talk?
Okay. Let me hear out. Like, what's your excuse?
My excuse was FearX. So my one wrong thing was the FearX versus T1, which is today's first match. I thought T1 was a little bit struggling, and then FearX was kind of going up and up. So I thought if there is something funny underdog matches happening, that would be the FearX versus T1. So I voted. And then I will say 10 out of 9 is a high score, guys. It's a very high score.
Yeah, it's just not as high as 10 out of 10.
Yeah, but
by the way, I also do want to shout out my my good friend Wolf, who he got 10 out of 10 last week.
Back to back?
10 out of 10 this week. How many weeks in a row is Wolf going to get 10 out of 10? I mean, this is kind of insane. Now, a lot of people did get 10 out of 10 this week, but the fact that he got 2 in a row, that's actually pretty impressive. By the way, if you guys are curious about Digon, he did predict Bro up against D plus Kia. So that's why he did not get 10 out of 10 this time.
Gabi, it could be 10 out of 10, only me. I failed.
He tried.
You did try, yeah.
Yeah, we have another week of LCK next week, and let's see how the prediction goes, because next week is going to be the hard one.
I'm actually pretty invested in Wolf getting another 10 out of 10. If he doesn't do it again, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. Like, the standards are really high now for his predictions. But, Umpty, anything else you want to add? Any other excuses?
Any other excuses? Next week, if I lose to Brandon, Valdez, and the Wanted, what should I do? Maybe I have to buy a coffee or something?
All right. I think we should do the coffee vat with Umpty.
Yeah, we could do it.
Okay,
yeah, sure, yeah.
All right.
We got coffee on the line here, guys. We are done here at the LCK. Thank you so much for watching, and join us next week for what should be an awesome week of LCK. So many hype matches. Have a good night, everyone. See you later.
just when I lift my mic into the stars.